Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Hopefully in a minute or two, we'll have a couple more council members.
We are live, everyone.
Thank you. And are you recording?
I was just going to start that now, Mayor.
Recording in progress.
Mayor, Councilmember Paduri advised me he's going to be about 5 minutes late.
Okay. Right. It looks like we have a quorum, so let's start. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a special meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, February 16th, 2022. It's now 5 p.m. Last City Clerk, Ms. Kendall, will you please give us a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Mayor Peak?
Here.
I don't see Mayor Pro Tem. Council members Emilio?
Here.
Coletti?
It's like it's,
I see it. I see his screen. I do see you, Councilmember Coletti. Councilmember Paduri is late. Councilmember Smith?
here.
Councilmember, thank you. And Councilmember Tomlinson, I do not see present yet either.
Okay, well, we have a quorum. Thank you for that. And we have one item on the agenda. It's for closed session, public employment, city attorney, for the purposes of discussing request for qualifications process. And
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Councilmember McAdams is having difficulty logging on. She is trying to get into this meeting.
okay, well, we'll just,
As is Councilmember Tomlinson. They both are having Zoom issues, so I don't know what
Okay,
the problem is.
this Zoom software update, it took me a minute on my computer, so. Okay, let me have a motion to approve the agenda, one item,
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
and a vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti. You're muted. Are you? Councilmember Coletti, can you hear me? I don't think he can hear me. Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
let's,
can hear you.
yeah, I don't think he
Yeah.
can hear me.
what's going on? All right, let's take a pause, the 2-minute technical troubleshooting pause. It looks like we got one more council member, maybe Councilmember Coletti can figure out what's going on.
Pardon?
Oh. Hi, Councilmember Coletti. I wasn't hearing a vote, and I'm thinking you weren't hearing me. We just took a
Oh.
vote to approve the agenda.
Yeah, I wasn't seeing a quorum, but I guess we have one now. So yes, aye for.
Okay, thank
approving the
you.
agenda.
And Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yeah, well, I don't know what we're doing, 'cause I just joined.
Approving the
and-
agenda, the one item on the agenda, city attorney.
Okay.
Closed session.
And I have a comment after the vote.
Okay. And so the vote is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0.
I just saw Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams appear and
I
then
did, yeah.
disappear.
So I have a vote of 502 with Councilmember Paduri and Mayor Pro Tem McAdams absent
Okay.
for this vote.
Okay, well, let's hear, Councilmember Tomlinson, you had a comment, and then we'll go out to public comment.
Yeah, so when you go on to the city's website, to the closed session agenda, and you click on the link to join Zoom, it does not work. And I would like to request that our Zoom links are in our calendar invites. Please, because trying to wade through them through emails at 5 o'clock or 4:55 even, I've been looking for 5 minutes and cannot find it. It's very difficult to be on time, and I want to be on time.
Councilmember Emilio.
Yeah, just, it's been placed on my calendar and that's how I get to it. Maybe it's not on the others, but mine is on.
It's
that.
on my calendar, but the Zoom invite is not a part of it.
Oh, okay.
So I really, if you could put that in the notes to the item on the calendar for both open and closed session, it'd be really helpful, please.
Councilmember Coletti.
One quick point, what I do is I just save the links to the desktop for both open and closed session. And I've had the same problem with agendas. A lot of people in the public have as well. But I just save the link as a link on the desktop and then just use that for access. Just FYI.
Okay, I'll try that.
No, the links don't change. And let the record show that Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams has joined us.
I'm here, and I think I maybe have the same issue as Amy. I go to my calendar and I can't find the link, and then I'm scrambling in my email. So thanks, Ben, for sending it to me.
And let the record show that Councilmember Paduri has joined us.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry.
Welcome.
Mayor, sorry to beat this to death, but so you're saying that every week the Zoom meeting doesn't change? Because it didn't used to be that way. So if that's the case and we can save them in a place where we know where they're at, then that solves my problem. So is that true?
Yeah, you can check with the city clerk or Mohammed Qasimi, but I've been using the same. It's a different link for the closed session than for the regular session, but I have a shortcut on my desktop And it's been the same for. a
At
couple
least a
years.
year.
Yeah.
So Amy,
Anyhow, check it out. Check
Okay,
out the
that's
numbers.
great news. I did not know that. Thank you.
Your Honor, I just want to suggest that you can get a invitation from the city clerk that includes the Zoom link if you ask for it, I think. That's really helpful, because you just go to your calendar.
Council members, I thought that we had already taken that, and if you are not receiving an invitation with the link in it, we will make sure, I thought we'd already done this, but we will double dog check and send it out again. So we'll do that. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public comment. I see we have Ms. Haynes. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to request that the qualification for process for selecting the next city attorney include three things. The most important, in my estimation, is that the candidate list all public clients for which the candidate's firm currently provides legal services and or has provided legal services for the last 5 years. I think that's important for the council to know in terms of evaluating potential conflicts of interest. The my second recommendation is that the candidates list any political contributions of money, in-kind services, or loans made to any member of the Pacific Grove City Council within the last 5 years by either the applicant's law firm or including the applicant who's being proposed as the city attorney. And my third request is that the proposed city attorney specify current or known professional commitments in order that the city can evaluate whether the candidate's continuing availability for providing legal services to the city, the extent to which that candidate would be available. So those are my requests for this process that you're getting ready to discuss in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Peak, we have Maria Tracy that has joined the meeting.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Tracy, do you have public comment for the council tonight?
Yes, I do. I have public comment on the Monarch Resort project.
All right, we're not hearing that right now, but when we get to our regular meeting, it's on our agenda.
Okay.
So please sign back in when we start our regular meeting. It's at 6 o'clock.
At 6 o'clock. Okay,
Yes.
I'll be there.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. I think that's it. Deputy City Clerk, if you can stop sharing your screen, I can release the meeting to City Manager and you can move forward.
Thank you. And we'll, as per our new procedure, we'll have a hard stop at 5:55,
Yes,
if not before.
thank you. All right, have a great meeting.
Thank you.
Hey, Sandra, you're not muted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Heather, do you have a question before the meeting begins?
Do I?
Yes.
No, I was just letting you know you were not muted. You could hear your background noise.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was reaching out to one of the public who had their hand raised. Sorry, Chief.
Thank you.
Oh, I was told that I should raise my hand as soon as possible to be included in the public comments, but I can lower if that is not the case.
Oh, no, that's fine. If it's just general public comment, that's fine. I just wanted to check to see if everything else was fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everyone. It's a regular meeting of the Pacific Grove City Council. It's Wednesday, February 16th, 2022 at 6 p.m. And hopefully our last fully virtual council meeting. And I'll ask our city clerk, Ms. Kendall, will you please give us a roll call?
Yes, sir. Mayor P,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Here.
Council members Emilio,
Here.
Coletti,
Here.
Paduri,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
and Tomlinson.
Here.
All are present via Zoom webinar.
Thank you. Councilmember Emilio, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Staff has requested that agenda item 11C, PG Hotel, is to be continued to March 16th. I'll ask our city manager for confirmation. Yes, so we will not be hearing item 11C tonight. Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams. Okay, Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams, your
Yes.
hand is raised.
Thank you. I would like, I have a couple of agenda modifications. I'd like to move unfinished and ongoing business to be heard before the regular agenda section. Obviously, this is a robust agenda and there are several time-sensitive items. So just to make sure that the council will be able to get to these items. And then also, due to the Coastal Commission appeal and pending litigation, I'd like to table item 11A, which is vacation of excess rights of way on Sloat Avenue. And I'm happy to split the question.
Okay, so I'm hearing, if I can repeat, your motion to move all the unfinished and ongoing business items under 12 to before public hearings number 11.
Correct.
And also to table or defer hearing item 11A, vacation of excess right away on Sloat Avenue
Correct.
for tonight, assuming we got there.
Right. Right.
All right, we'll need a second for
I'll
that
second.
motion.
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Paduri.
Yeah, I don't see why we need to table item 11A. So I'm not in favor of that.
Councilmember Emilio.
Yes, I am in agreement with Council Member Paduri.
Call for the question, Your Honor.
Okay, may we have a call for the question, which requires a vote? Councilmember Coletti, any objections?
No, I just wanted to mention why I seconded it, and that's pretty much for the reason Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams mentioned. The vacation of Sloat is subject to a CEQA lawsuit, or excuse me, the ATC planning permits are subject to a CEQA lawsuit. They've been subject to a call up by the Planning Commission, or excuse me, the Coastal Commission, including 2 Coastal Commission members. So this is just another cart before the horse thing that I think we should hold off on until we actually have a project. And there's no reason to proceed with this until we actually do have a project. Thank you.
All right. If there's no further discussion or objection, may we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Council members Emilio,
No,
Coletti,
Aye. Now, is this a split vote like was requested, City Clerk?
No, it's not.
it's just the one motion is my understanding.
Okay.
I thought I heard.
All right.
I did want to split the question.
It wasn't the motion.
Oh, okay. I think that, do we have to vote? That's could you just make that 2 separate motions?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. So the first motion is to move unfinished and ongoing business to be heard before the regular agenda section due to the time-sensitive items that are in the agenda packet.
Councilmember Coletti, did you second that?
I will. For purposes of.
All right. Then we have a vote, please.
Just for clarity purposes, the 11C was also going to be continued to March 16. Does the maker of the motion want that as part of the first motion? No?
No, not
Okay.
much. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Excuse me, aye.
Council members Emilio,
aye.
Paduri,
Aye.
Smith,
No,
Tomlinson,
No,
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion
And-
carries 5-2.
Thank you. And then for my second modification to the agenda, I would like to table item 11A, vacation of excess right-of-way on Sloat Avenue due to the Coastal Commission appeal and pending litigation.
I'll second again if I need to.
Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Tomlinson.
thank you, Mayor. I won't support this. I don't know that we'll get to it now that we've moved the whole agenda around, but I would like it to come to the next meeting and not table it for until the Coastal Commission has heard it. I'd like to, so I won't be in support of it. I think it sends a waffling message. We voted 6-1 to approve as a city that we have a project. Yes, there is appeal in process, but it sends the wrong message that we maybe don't want a project to not, move forward with preparing for the next steps. So I would like to hear this when we have the time, or at the next available, hopefully tonight. So that's why I'll be voting against it.
I'll ask for, if you could repeat the motion, please, Councilmember McAdams.
Sure, I move to table item 11A, vacation of excess right-of-way on Sloat Avenue due to the Coastal Commission appeal and pending litigation. And I'm not putting a time on it, so it can be returned from the table at any time.
Okay. All right, maybe we have a vote, please.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Councilmembers Emilio,
No.
Paduri,
No.
Smith,
No.
Tomlinson,
No.
Mayor Peak.
No.
Motion fails. 2-5.
I'll change my vote to a yes on that.
Motion fails. 3 ayes, 4 noes.
Okay, Councilmember Tomlinson, you have your hand raised. We're
Do we need to move to approve the agenda with these modifications, including your, including staff's to move item 11C to the next meeting? I mean, that item didn't get included in any of these motions.
Yeah, 11C, I believe it was moved to March 16th, not the next meeting. And
Yeah,
that's-
I'm sorry, you're right, March 16th. So I would move that we approve the agenda, flipping the order, that's already happened, and then just move the item to March 16th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Maybe we have a vote.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmembers Paduri,
Aye.
Coletti,
Aye.
Emilio.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams
Aye.
and Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. All right, we're on to item number 2. Presentations to boards, committees, and commissions, certificates. And so we're doing this virtually. And what normally we would have the boards, committee members, commissioners that are stepping down to come up to the dais, and we do a photo op and certificates, and that's not going to happen at the moment. We do have certificates. We are sending them out to all the folks. They are in the packet, and I'm going to read off the names of the people we're providing certificates to, and these are folks in many instances are people that have volunteered for the betterment of city government, for the community, for many years and many hours. I would call them part of the unsung heroes of doing the people's work, of making local government work for the community. So without further ado, the list of folks are Roxanne Veray, served on the Traffic Safety Commission. Eric Fonfrick served on the Economic Development Commission. Mark Chaquin on the Planning Commission. Bill Bloom, also on the Planning Commission. Chris Patton, Museum Board. Debbie Beck, Economic Development Commission. David Laws, Museum Board. David Terry, Traffic Safety Commission. Jeannie Byrne, Planning Commission. Mimi Sheridan, Historic Resources Committee. Peter Nodzinski, Traffic Safety Commission. Tom Aikman, Beautification and Natural Resources Commission. Terry Cohen, Architectural Review Board. And Willie Nelson, Economic Development Commission. Many thanks to all these folks that have served our community. Much appreciated. do we have any of the folks that I've mentioned that are receiving certificates and wish to make a comment? Please raise your hand. Would be happy to hear from you.
Mayor, there are some hands raised, but they are not any of the names that you mentioned.
Okay. Well, unless we have any members on council that would like to say anything, then certificates will be in the mail, and I hope that in the near future, myself and my colleagues on council will be able to thank you in person. All right. On to council and staff announcements, report on closed session. I have that honor. Motion by Councilmember Tomlinson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams, establishing a subcommittee of Smith, Coletti, and Peak for posting a city attorney RFQ. And I'll turn to Mr. Harvey. Do you have any staff announcements?
Mr. Mayor, I have one, thank you. I just want to report out that through city sponsorship, I attended the League of California Cities City Manager Department Conference, which was held February 2nd through 4th in Monterey, California. I enjoyed the sessions. I enjoyed the networking opportunity. Highlight was a session on DEI, a meeting of the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority. And just again, being able to interact in person with my colleagues, which I haven't been able to do for the last couple of years. Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. The 2022 update to the Monterey County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan is available for public review. Residents and businesses are encouraged to review the draft plan and provide their comments. You can go to www.co.monterey.ca.us/hazard/mitigation. For PGUSD parents, each school site will be distributing 4 COVID-19 rapid tests per student on February 21st from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Have a safe and fun break, and please consider rapid testing before returning to school, which is an essential step in keeping our students, staff, and community healthy. And lastly, I would like to thank Public Works for the updates to the gazebo at Joel Park. It looks beautiful. It received some new paint, a new roof, and some other deferred maintenance. And thank you very much for that.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have 2 comments. One is, and I don't know if you were going to cover this, Mayor Peak, but for the beautification board, just a quick update as far as council liaison goes. Councilmember Smith has stepped down from that role, and Mayor Peak is going to work on assigning a new liaison to that board. So those in the community who are interested and were wondering, that's the update. Probably shortly, we'll have it on the consent agenda for who gets appointed by Mayor Peak for that board. My second announcement is I'm the liaison for 3CE for our 3 areas, Carmel, Monterey, and Pacific Grove. 3CE is if y'all remember a while back, we adopted a resolution to endorse Coast, a group of folks who are interested in the building, the NOAA building that's out here at the end of Lighthouse. And they wanted to represent artwork and coastal, kind of make a bit of a museum out of it, and to do something with that building. They've been working for a while to try to get the building conveyed from GSA, the government, as a public benefit building. And it hasn't happened yet. And the good news here is that, so GSA decided to put it on for an auction. It's now up for auction. The auction is open, and 3CE, one of our, big businesses here in town, is ready to bid on the building. And so they're in the process of having authorization to do so. But in the meantime, they also may be able to get it pulled off the auction. So long story short, there's some work going on in the background with Coast and 3CE working together to try to have the GSA take it off of the auction and have it conveyed for free to 3CE and Coast in a joint venture to be used for the public benefit. The public benefit being 3CE, they don't have to pay for it. Our utility bills are all less for that, right? And Coast has a great offering as well. So we have some meetings set up in the next couple of weeks to keep liaisoning for those all involved, and Congressman Panetta's office is working with us as well. But I wanted to give you the heads up because we might be asking for a new resolution to be adopted by Pacific Grove that aligns and says that we as a city support, and we would really like the building to go to a 3CE Coast kind of venture together, and make that statement known. So if you have any questions or want to talk to me offline about it, please feel free to reach out. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is not in, nothing is firm on this, but I have had an idea about having like an international / cultural festival downtown. I know there's a process to be done. You have to apply, but it's just an idea I've had, and it's picked up a little bit of steam. But if anybody's interested, they're welcome to email me. And like I said, it's beginning right now, and probably get the Defense Language Institute involved because they have several languages there too. So that's my comment for now, Mayor.
And my announcement is that I'll be giving a State of the City town hall 1 week from tonight, Wednesday next week, 6 p.m. at City Council chambers, and it will also be broadcast via Zoom. So that's a hybrid meeting. All right, moving on to general public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Ezra, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Ezra. I'd like to speak on behalf of the Feast of Lanterns, or in regards to the Feast of Lanterns, and encourage this council to not perpetuate the abuses made against the Chinese American community for the past 100 years.
Ezra, I'm sorry to interrupt. So that's on our agenda under special events. So if you could hold off on that, and anyone.
Thank you.
Pardon?
I'll hold. Thank you.
Okay, and then anyone else wishing to speak about any item that is on the agenda already. Feast of Lanterns is under special events. Project Home Key is on our agenda as well. I ask you, please, if you could hold off until we get to that particular agenda item. We'd greatly appreciate it.
Julia Gold. Sorry, Mayor.
Oh, it's okay. And I see we have 149 people on Zoom. So please, patience, everyone. I'm sorry, Sandra, who do we have next?
Julia Goldman, you have the floor.
Welcome.
I'm going to hold as well. I would also like to speak on the same issue as Ezra.
Thank you. Rebecca Lee, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So yesterday's papers, all of them were filled with news that we are in the worst mega drought that has been seen for 1,200 years in the West, and it's 42% human cause. So if there was no human causation factor, the rains of 2005 to 2006 would have pulled us out of it. Trees cool the climate. Shady groves of even 2 to 3 large trees can create a cooler microclimate, and yet many of our city trees aren't making it. A few of us make lists of the ones in our neighborhood or where we walk that have died from lack of water or been removed by the homeowner in the city right away without consequence, even when reported. And we compare notes, and the numbers of these trees are significant. The number one thing I would really like for you to address is getting non-potable water to the city trees during this mega drought. Trees that are newly planted, trees that just might still need it. Public Works does its best, but acknowledges that it's not enough. Volunteers at George Washington Park water about 2/3 of the seedlings planted there, and those volunteers are stretched thin. So I've heard that there's been consideration to hire an employee as a way, a part-time employee as a way to get a regular watering to all the city trees that have need. And I would absolutely support that. And I hope you do, because we've got to do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I don't know who devised this really oversubscribed city council agenda packed with extremely controversial items. And in this case, not only is the public overwhelmed and disregarded, but council members themselves are. The old saying is that no good decisions are made after 10 p.m., and that has certainly been the case on recent council decisions. I would appreciate putting a stop to this oversubscribing of an agenda. On another note, I would like to know when Public Works will come back with an inventory of what records, our public records, got burned in the warehouse fire. What are we missing? And I'd very much like that done sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just to follow up on Rebecca, who's such a wonderful advocate for our trees. I want to say that it's always encouraging to see the city come and replace trees in the public right of way that have died, and then so discouraging that they don't maintain them and they die and they don't replace the replacements. So I hope something will be done about that soon. But I wanted to continue to encourage city officials and staff to act transparently in all their dealings with the public in order to promote trust and respect. Pacific Grove is a very special community with so many residents who wake up every morning grateful to be surrounded with the beauty of trees, ocean, wildlife, and so many homes and other buildings that reveal the community's heritage, as well as equally grateful neighbors and friends and wonderful dogs. Most homes are within a mile of City Hall, and by Zoom, they're even closer. And the city is moving to hybrid meetings, improving access for many older and disabled residents and those without computers. We used to have a city manager's weekly report that, of course, came out once a week. I don't know if printed copies were provided to the library for those who don't have computers or are unable to use them, but that would be a great idea. But the emailed weekly reports were abruptly cut back several months ago without explanation to a twice-a-month report, making access to city news less accessible. I don't think twice a month is enough. Just for comparison, Monterey provided daily email reports during the first year and a half or so of the pandemic, then cut back to 3 days a week, sometimes more. Now they seem to come once or twice a week. I would hope that our city would restore the weekly reports and and give more information about items of great importance in the community, whether it's ATC or the NOAA building or Hotel Durrell, now Pacific Grove Hotel. It's great to know what's going on with the Public Works Department, but you know, we're very interested in the built environment. And it would be, I think, very important to restore the weekly city managers reports. We were never given a reason why they were taken away. So I hope that somebody will do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, council members. I want to thank the city and the Public Works Department in particular, and the Coastal Conservancy, who funded the Point Pinos Trail project. It looks like that project is done or nearly done. It would be nice to see the signage advertising the contractors and everything to come down, because that does interfere with the appreciation of it. But it's so wonderful to see so many people using the trail along Ocean View Boulevard and Sunset. So many people on the boardwalks and off the street. What a wonderful project, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no, oh, sorry, have Anon, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Richard Paquette. I'm looking at the, you know, in the agenda and the item listed in terms of pay raises and benefits, and it provides a link to, I guess, a resolution that was before, and the resolution has fairly specific in terms of wages.
Mr. Getz, could you, if that's an agenda item, could you hold off?
Oh, sure, yeah,
until we get to that.
Absolutely,
particular item?
absolutely.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Megan Hunter, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just realized that the item I wanted to discuss is on your agenda regarding the Home Key project. So I didn't initially see it on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other hands, Mr. May, I'll return the meeting to you.
All right. All right, well, on to the consent agenda. Any council member wishing to pull a consent agenda item? I'm not seeing any hands. Any member of the public wishing to pull a consent agenda item?
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 9A and 9B.
Nine A and B. That's a ratification of new local emergency actions and contract with Rincon Consultants. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we'll move that to items 12H, 12H, and 12I. Any other items public wishes to pull from the consent agenda?
I see
All right,
no other hands raised.
All right, may I have a Motion to approve the modified consent agenda.
I move to approve the modified consent agenda.
I'll second it.
And a vote, please.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Emilio,
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Baduri,
Aye.
Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
and Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve the consent agenda as modified.
Thank you very much. I'll just summarize what we've just done. We've approved council minutes from January 19th and February 2nd. We have adopted a resolution authorizing submittal of a grant application to the California Department of Resources and Recycling under the Cal Recycle Grant. We have held a second reading of an ordinance to amend the city code on accessory dwelling units from Ms. Hunter. Thank you. We have received reports from Ms. Hannah on the second quarter capital improvement budget, as well as the check register report for January. Thank you. And the core revenue status for January 22nd. We have approved the appointment of Mr. Thomas Horvath, congratulations, to the Administrative Enforcement Hearing Officer panel. We've received minutes from the Architectural Review Board from October and minutes from the Planning Commission in meetings in November and December. And that concludes the consent agenda. And we're now on to unfinished and ongoing business, item 12A, annual comprehensive financial report. Ms. Hannah, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Peak. I'm trying to reach our independent auditor right now. He was going to present this evening, but due to the change in the agenda, we're trying to reach him right now. He's just having some difficulties. There he is. Okay. So good evening. It looks like he is here. The item that I have before you this evening is the annual comprehensive financial report and a report from the city auditor. The city contracts with Chavon and Associates, a licensed CPA firm, to audit the city's financial statements. The goal of the independent audit is to provide a reasonable assurance that the basic financial statements are free of material misstatement. Mr. Chavon, the managing partner, is with us tonight to provide a brief presentation on the fiscal year 2021 comprehensive financial report and the city audit. But before I turn the presentation over to Mr. Chavon, I just wanted to provide some background information on the annual comprehensive financial report. The independent auditor's report is on within the 2021 report, and it indicates the financial statements are presented fairly in all material respects, the financial position of the city. And this is an unmodified opinion, which is the ideal opinion that the city should receive from an external auditor. The city also received the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the last fiscal year financial reports. And that represented the fourth year that the city has received that award. We also believe that this new document meets the criteria for that award. Before moving into the presentation, I just wanted to share that when Mr. Chavon provides information, he'll be looking at it from a government-wide basis, whereas on a budgetary basis, we look at things on a fund basis. It's not to say that fund statements are not within the financial statements, but this overall presentation will focus on a larger perspective. And just to let you know that when you look at the financial statements, the city's general fund from a financial statement purpose includes several minor, what we call sub-funds in the budget document. And when looking at those fund balances, they represent about 567,000 of the 567,000 of the $10 million that shows for the general fund balance. So in reports to current, we have been reporting a $9.4 million general fund balance, and that has been on budget ordinances for amendments. And I just wanted to share that that number that we have been reporting as preliminary is consistent with the final number. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Shaban.
Thank you, Tori. I appreciate it very much. And look at that. It says my name on there now. That's magic. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and present the June 30, 2021 audit report. Let's get this correct now. Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. It's no longer referred to as the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report because the acronym is not appropriate. So we will refer to it as the ACFR as we move forward. I do have a slide I am going to share. So let me go ahead and do that now. I've done this before through Zoom and had some issues, so hopefully it comes through okay. So if anybody sees anything, raise a hand and we'll change things up. So right now I have it set up not in the slideshow, so I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and start that slideshow. And it's gonna do it on my other screen probably. Yes, it is. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and just do it under a normal screen. So as we see here at City of Pacific Grove, June 30, 2021 audit results. And the first thing I want to cover are the audit standards that we follow. And for the city, for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2021, we followed AICPA's statements on auditing standards. So those are the auditing standards generally accepted in the United States of America. And then, of course, for local government, we followed the generally accepted governmental auditing standards. And in the auditing world, we like to refer to that as the yellow book. And you can see that by the color of the actual standards, government auditing standards. Of course, now these days, this is all electronic. So in the old days, you'd actually get a physical book and it would have a yellow cover on it. Not anymore. I'm sure you can see this just fine. I'll zoom in a little bit. So the audit objectives and responsibilities, the main objective of the audit is to express an opinion on the financial statements and based on the procedures that we perform during the audit. Now, those procedures have become a year-round process. We typically start the audit planning in February, and you can see we're now wrapping up in February. So it's a year-round process that includes internal control documentation, risk assessments. It includes testing of controls, and it includes walkthroughs performed over internal controls. Now, it's not going to be every single internal control that the city operates or performs. It's going to be the significant controls, the ones that matter when it comes to financial reporting and internal controls over financial reporting. There's a certain aspect of compliance that comes into play as well under the general accepted governmental auditing standards. And so therefore, we're also looking at internal controls as they relate to compliance. And so we wrap that all into one audit. We have certain responsibilities as an auditor, and the main responsibility that we follow is to plan and perform the audit to obtain a reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement. So a reasonable assurance is obviously not 100% assurance. And it's really, language is set up to let everyone know that we sample, right? So we don't test 100% of everything. We sample, we look at populations, we identify risks, and we identify the areas that may be material to the financial statements and typically are, and then we will test those areas and sample those areas. Oops. Some more audit objectives and responsibilities. So an audit involves performing procedures to obtain audit evidence about the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements. Of course, that goes back to the internal controls and documentation. But then, of course, once we've done that portion of it, phase one, we move into phase two, which is the substantive procedures. And those substantive procedures include testing the cash and investments, capital assets, long-term debt, material receivables, revenue, expenditures, payroll. A lot of effort goes into the pensions. A lot of effort goes into other post-employment benefits because we actually have to test the information that is provided to the actuaries, the census data that goes into those plans. We actually test controls related to that, and we test the information itself. So we test the input and the output, and then we review and we test the actuarial reports themselves and make sure that those reports are set up correctly. The procedure selected depend on the auditor's judgment, of course. Can't take that away from an auditor, including the assessment of the risk of material misstatements. So we've talked about that. And the key word here is the assessment of the risk of material misstatement of the financial statements, whether due to fraud or error. Fraud or error. So we don't necessarily test to find fraud, but we do design our procedures so that if we do find fraud, we will track it down, we'll perform additional procedures to figure out what kind of fraud we're dealing with, and we'll address that. In making our risk assessments, the auditor considers internal control, discuss that, and relevant to the city's preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstances. So here's the key part, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the city's internal control. So it's amazing that we perform all this work related to internal controls, but the sole objective of it is really to help us design our audit so that we can express an opinion on the financial statements, not so that we can express an opinion on the internal controls themselves. A little bit of an overview on the audit process. So the audit process, it's really 3 phases, but you can consider it to be 4. You'll see some audit firms break it down into 4 phases these days. I'm a little bit traditional. I like the old 3-phase approach, but you can take the audit planning and preparation and the audit execution, and then the audit reporting and follow-up, really I consider to be 1 phase. So with the audit planning and preparation, that's the portion of it where we're doing our risk assessment, the internal controls documentation and testing, identifying if you have a single audit. So if you spent $750,000 in federal money, then we'll take a look at that to see if you actually are required to have a single audit and what programs are major. And then the audit execution is really phase 2. That's the substantive testing, and it's the real meat of these compliance testing when we do have those major programs that we need to test in a single audit as well. The audit reporting, that gets down to preparation of the different deliverables, which includes the management letters, the council letters, includes the ACFR, includes maybe if you have a TDA audit, which I think the city may have this year. Can't remember actually off the top of my head. So Transportation Development Act, if you spend money there, then you'd have an audit, separate audit for that, and reports and things of that nature. So the reporting section includes various deliverables. Then of course the follow-up is typically, did we have findings? And if we had findings, did we wrap up those findings? And presenting to the council. That's the audit process. So now I do have some numbers to take a look at. So here's a summary of the statement of net position. And as Tori mentioned, we're talking about a government-wide presentation. So what we're doing here is we're taking all your funds, both your governmental funds and your business type funds, proprietary funds, and we're wrapping those and consolidating those into a government-wide presentation. So we're adding in the long-term capital assets, long-term obligations and liabilities, such as your pensions, your OPEB, and your long-term debt. And then we're presenting that in a balance sheet and an income statement. The balance sheet is referred to as a statement of net position. It's got some weird terminology in there: deferred outflows of resources and deferred inflows of resources. We're a few years into those terms now, so people are more used to hearing them, but nobody really knows what they are. But I do, so that's good. But I'm not going to get into the details of that because that would take a long time. What I will say is that's very specifically related to those pensions and OPEB, and then also sometimes certain technical accounting aspects related to refunding debt. There's a few other pieces that will fall into those when you get into the details of what those are. So the most important thing to note though this year is that the total net position, and I'm going to scroll in a little bit too far. Right there. So the total net position is at a positive 2.94 million, and this is for the governmental activities. So it's hard to see that, and I'm going to scroll back out. Governmental activities up on the top, 2021 on the left. Business type activities up on the top, 2021 on the left. So you're looking at 2.944 million positive net position versus 2020 when you're in a deficit. So the city is finally, in a government-wide presentation, made it to a positive net position. Now, mind you, I had a question the other day that, how can we operate if our equity is negative? Well, first and foremost, it's not equity, it's net position. And then secondly, this is the long-term 30-year approach. Think of it as this is what our obligations are going to be over the next 30 years, right? And so if someone's looking at this and they're thinking, oh my God, we're in trouble, we have a deficit net position. Well, no, not so much. What they're saying is that there's some pension liabilities that have to be addressed over the next 30 years. There's some OPEB liabilities that have to be addressed over the next 30 years and things of that nature. So if you were to liquidate all your capital assets and close your doors today, well, what would happen with those pensions, right? Then you might have a problem. But that's not something a local government does. That's not how they operate. So when we're thinking of, let's say, financial health, and when we're thinking of lack of going concern, we look at the fund statements, we look at that fund balance, and we look at what your 3-year projections, your next year's budget, and focus on that, because that's how government operates. Now, at some point in time, the state of California needs to step up, and the local governments related to the state of California, and take care of these pension plans, right? We all know these are very large estimates and include a lot of different variables, such as discounts and investment returns that have impacts on these liabilities. So although governmental accounting standards say, hey, here's a way to account for this, are we really sure that we know these numbers are accurate? Maybe not. It's just the best method that we have to account for it. All right, so speaking of pensions, here we go. A little summary of the pensions over the last 7 years. We now have 7 years of data related to pensions under the new, under the 7-year-old governmental accounting standards, GASB 68. And so what we're looking at here is that you can see back in 2015, the proportionate share of the net pension liability for the city was 23 million, and jump up to 2020-21, and you're at just about $46 million. And your covered payroll hasn't gone up nearly as much as the liability. So again, you're looking at estimates and valuations that will continue to change. And we do a lot of disclosure related to those estimates. And we do a lot of work surrounding pensions and the numbers that go into this. Now, something the city has a little bit more control over is the other post-employment benefits, otherwise known as OPEB. And so you can see here a summary of the total OPEB liability. And again, this is an estimated number prepared by an actuary and tested by us as the audit firm. And as of June 30, 2021, that liability was about $5 million, $5.1 million. So it hasn't gone up significantly over the years, considering if you compare it to pensions. It's something that the city has a little bit more control over. And typically what I'll say in this area is if there are extra funds to be spent towards retirement plans in general, this is the place to spend it, because if you put money into PERS, there's a chance that you're going to lose a piece of it with that pool and the allocation in that pool. All right, so now the meat and potatoes. And I do have an extra slide I'd like to share with you after I give you the audit results. So I'm going to go ahead and give you the audit results next. So here you go. Now, if I had this slide working, it looked really cool because I have transitions and animations and things. And so you'd see each of these nodes come in and pop in, and then you'd see my stamp of approval at the end. But with the way Zoom works, sometimes I don't want to mess with it and ruin the whole presentation. So I'll just go ahead and tell you the audit results are no exceptions in the audit opinions, which means we have an unmodified report, as Tori had mentioned. We did not have any material weaknesses, so no material audit adjustments. We did not have any disagreements with management. We had discussions. We consulted with them. We worked with them. They asked for my advice throughout the year, which I tell you, it makes the audit much easier and it helps them avoid findings. But we didn't have any disagreements. And we had no significant pass-on adjustments. And a pass-on adjustment is something where it's not material as we define material based on the standards given to us, but yet we find a variance and it's above an insignificant amount. We'll set a small threshold, say $1,000, and let's say it's above that, but it's not material. And so we'll list those and we'll review those, and in aggregate, do they become material? So we evaluate that. And so we didn't have anything that was significant included in that list, and in essence, nothing that was reportable to the city council. And so with that, you get my stamp of approval. Now, before we move on, I want to show you one more slide. I'm going to share a screen because I think you might find this interesting. It's a little bit super, well, it's super detailed, but I'll try to give you the big picture of this. Give me 1 second here while I change my sharing. Okay. This here is a work paper that I pulled out of our audit for the June 30, 2021 year. And what you are seeing, and this is the zoom in, I'm going to zoom out so you can kind of get a big, you're not going to be able to read it, but I just want you to see some of the work that goes into this. This is a list of warrants. We have a list of 40 warrants. I pulled out the vendor names because I didn't want to have that publicized. And essentially what you're seeing across the top there, I'm going to zoom back in now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 different key controls that we identified. Now, mind you, to identify 14 different key controls, what we're doing is we're working with the city and we're documenting their control processes over, this happens to be over disbursements, and which includes purchases and which includes contracts. And in essence, what we're doing is throughout all the different processes they go through, we're pulling out the ones we think mean the most, right? Those real key controls, defined, very obvious. And then we're going to test those. And so we select all these different warrants based on all these, based on a random sample. Sometimes we'll segment the samples to pull out the larger ones and then go random within that segment, and then we'll do multiple segments. So you can see we pulled out some fairly large transactions, and then some that weren't so large. So 771, 91, 27, 25, 615. Some of them related to Measure X, as you can see, 910, 46. So it's a good broad sample covering a lot of different warrants, which covers a lot of different expenditures. And we're looking at purchases, and we're looking at whether or not the client's matching POs to blanket to invoices and things of that nature. We're looking for change orders. And so we're going through this entire project where we look at legal services, right? We're looking at credit card transactions. So we're going through this entire process and testing all these, and what we're trying to find are exceptions. Now, mind you, along the way, we will find some exceptions, and then we'll work through that, and we will clean those up as we go, or we'll end up with the management point. Sometimes the management point becomes a finding. But the end result here, when you get a check mark, is that no exceptions. Now, the box means that it didn't apply to that particular transaction. So we're not seeing any exceptions in this fairly large sample of transactions that we tested. So anyways, I wanted to share this with you so you could see that for this fiscal period, June 30, 2021, we performed a significant test related to purchase orders, contracts, disbursements, warrants, the whole 9 yards, and we didn't have one single exception in there. So that is my presentation. Any questions, comments? Feel free to jump in.
Ms. Hannah, if you don't have anything to add, then we'll go out for public comment.
I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
I see no hands raised for public comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll bring it back to council. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, I just want to express my enthusiasm and how proud I am of the department and give my many thanks for a job, really well done. To have your program, Ms. Hannah, go under such scrutiny and stand up with such excellent marks is really a testament to your leadership and your whole department. So thank you for what you do. You've done it for many years now for us, and that we hope you continue. And we really value your service and your team service. So thank you.
Councilmember Kaduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to echo the same comments that Councilmember Tomlinson proposed. There are several controls as I noticed, and that is really fantastic that each and every item is being assessed at that rate. Mrs. Chawan, if I may put a suggestion in, those red check marks, maybe we can have green check marks. That looks good. But otherwise, I'm happy with what is going on here. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Siobhan, last year I asked you to look into the city's voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb. The last time you were here giving the similar presentation, were you able to do that?
We looked into that initially, and it really didn't go anywhere. We were pretty much just hit a brick wall with that, stalled, died. So that's something that we never really had a chance to finish.
What brick wall did you hit?
We didn't get any responsiveness from Airbnb when we first looked into this.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's something we still need to do a deep dive on. And to be honest, COVID-19 really put a tough, it made our schedule as an audit firm really difficult to put any additional procedures in there. So, once we hit a wall on that, we really didn't have the time to keep after it.
All right.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to accomplish what you wanted me to accomplish on that.
I appreciate that. If for people in the public who might not know, we have an agreement, a contract with Airbnb. It's called a voluntary collection agreement, where we allow Airbnb to collect the transient occupancy tax for a booking at the time of booking, and then that's remitted back to us in advance of the actual stay. The problem is we don't know where that money comes from. We have no idea what is the source, what rental is being is actually generating that revenue. And I asked Mr. Chavon last year to look into that again, and I guess I'll repeat my request again.
Yeah, we'll make it a priority this time for to make. You know what I'll do is I will talk to my audit partner this Friday, and we'll set the team planning meeting around that so that we can make that a focus of the audit. And we'll schedule a separate 2 to 3 days at no extra charge to come out and make sure that's done correctly and see where that takes us. So we'll put a couple 3 days effort into that to get the ball rolling in the right direction, and then we won't let our foot up once we get it there.
That's great. Thank you for that. I think it's important that we have transparency on that particular contract. So thank you very much.
You got it.
Councilmember Emilio.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Actually, thank you. Same echo with Tori. You and your, I call it you and your crew is just fantastic. So always I always feel personally, I feel rest assured that you're at the helm and doing an outstanding job. I do have a question for Mr. Or Sheldon, I'll call you. You know, the retirement liabilities, that seems to be, am I correct? It's kind of a common theme throughout the cities, and everybody's scrambling.
Yeah, the only entities that are actually doing pretty well are the special districts, water and sewer. Pretty much every other local government's having a tough time with what's going on in the retirement arena. There's a real lack of control over miscellaneous and safety plans with PERS. And if you're a school district, it gets worse when you get into STRS. So yeah, to answer your question in short, the answer is yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Have you ever heard of a 401? Have you ever heard of that 401 and trying to put a handle on the retirement?
Well, there's different areas in that tax code law retirement arena, and there's different ways to provide retirement benefits to your employees. And that's actually a direction that some local governments are going in, is looking more into the public sector and what they're providing. And governmental accounting standards are following suit. We're starting to come up with new standards to account for different types of plans. I think that's a good, maybe 3 to 5 year solution and something to look into. But I think in the near term, the best thing to do is look at a side trust, something like a Section 115 trust, where you have like somebody like PARS, or even PERS has one too with their CERT trust, where you're setting money aside in that, and you can do it for both OPEB and your miscellaneous and safety plans with PERS. The only thing that happens accounting wise right now, the way the current standards are, is that if you put money aside in the Section 115 trust for OPEB, it's a direct reduction of that liability. If you do it for PERS, it's not in the financials, but in reality it is, because you have that money put there. It's earning better returns typically than what you get from PERS. And you have this asset on the books. It just doesn't reduce the liability because of the definition of it as a side trust, but it meets the same purpose. So okay. I think in the short term, that is, if you really want to focus on where your money is going with in relation to pensions and retirement, I think that's the best short-term solution. Longer term, though, I think you're right. Looking at outside the box type retirement plans and offering different types of benefits is a good idea.
Okay, thank you for your advice on that.
You're welcome.
I'll add my thanks to you and your firm, Mr. Chauvin, for the audit, and very good news to see that you continue to work well with our finance department, and kudos to the finance department on the outcome. And following up on the pension, so I'm assuming that the pension liability that you showed comes from the CalPERS annual reports. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yeah, they do. Yeah, you have to be careful with CalPERS because they have their annual required contribution reports that they prepare to tell the different local governments what their annual required contributions are going to be for the next 3 years. And then they have a annual GASB 68 accountability report, and that's where you get the real numbers for the net pension liabilities and related aspects.
And we haven't increased our workforce, so I can only assume that the increase in liability is due mainly to ramp up in amortization and discount rates that CalPERS is using. Is that a fair assumption? And maybe a loss in CalPERS investments?
That's a fair assumption. They've actually this year the investments are going to be a little bit worse. They've been pretty good. They've done well in the last few years investment wise, but more so I think it's the amortization of some of the deferrals is what you're seeing that has caused the liability to jump up. And then just to be frank, sometimes with the pooled accounts like that, somebody behind the scenes they're doing some allocations and some accounting, but the liabilities have gone up across the board for all cities and local governments, and so it really has to do with the assumptions that go into the plans.
Yeah, thank you for that. And a couple of points that you made. I'm glad you made. You described that you're looking at the accuracy of the statements and not focusing on the financial internal controls, even though that plays a big role in the statements. Any further comments on that? You're not specifically checking that the internal financial controls.
Well, see, that's the confusing part about it, right? We actually do look at the financial controls, but it's the scope of what we do is limited to a certain extent because it focuses on financial reporting, right? But financial controls, financial reporting go hand in hand. It's all the same thing. But what ends up happening, the very specific purpose of what I said is to let you know that we don't issue an opinion related to the internal controls over financial reporting. So that's what it is. It's like in the process of performing the audit to meet our objective, which are the financial statements free of material misstatement. In that process, we are documenting and testing controls. We're required to, and we do that to help us design and plan the audit, and that's the goal of it. But we don't issue an opinion on it. And in the old days, Enron, 2000. You'd be able to skip controls completely, jump right into substantive testing. Oh, controls aren't any good. Let's just go ahead and test the cash and whatever is in the balance sheet. Can't do that anymore. We're required to go through a process related to controls and assess risk, and you can't do that without understanding those, and you can't understand controls without testing them. Now, the testing part, the definition of that, it has varying levels and varying degrees based on the type of client, based on your risk assessment overall, based on a lot of different criteria that go into it. And so that's where we can't give you an opinion on internal controls right there, because there's just too many different variables that go into what we're doing and the purpose of it, right? And so the standards say we can't do it that way either in this objective. However, you could hire us to do a separate internal control audit where we say, yes, we can issue an opinion on internal controls. So there you go. It's a long-winded answer because it's a difficult question, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure I appreciate everything you said, but thank you for that. And one last observation. I've heard people say that an audit is part of transparency, financial transparency for government. Well, in a way it is, definitely, because you're saying that our books are accurate, the reports are accurate. But on the other hand, I'm sure you'll agree that an audit report is fairly obtuse to the layman. It's not
Correct.
something that
Absolutely
most people would read. Yeah. So
yeah, absolutely agree. It's I have to be careful. I'm an auditor, I'm a CPA, I'm making a living doing this. But if you were to corner me someday when we're not in a public meeting, I might have comments for you in relation to that. But I have to say that it's got to be very difficult for just a regular person out there that's not a CPA like me, that specializes in this area. Even a CPA in a different industry would have a complicated time looking at your financial statements and making sense of them compared to anything else out there. It's not, The governmental accounting standards have not done what they set out to do, which is to make governments more comparable to businesses. It just never happened.
Thank you. Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple follow-up questions. We did briefly discuss pensions and some of the things that are affecting our unfunded actuarial liability, basically the shortfall in the pensions performance, which we're on the hook to pay. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chauvin, one of the easiest things to do as far as controlling your unfunded liabilities and pension cost is to control your salary costs? I mean, if you're always increasing your salaries, your pension, your associated pensions for those salaries are going to be increasing too. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It was also mentioned that, 401 or defined contribution plan might be something the city should consider. I mean, these discussions have been numerous over the years, but it's my understanding that the city's contract with CalPERS doesn't allow us to have two plans, a defined contribution and a defined benefit plan, basically a pension and a 401. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that would be my understanding. That would be something where there would be some negotiation and some reworking of contracts and whatnot to be able to allow that to happen. It's also my understanding, though, as we move into new times and we start, thinking and discovering new ideas that a local government can do to save costs, possibly, not guaranteed, but possibly, that other entities out there are willing to work with local governments, and especially if it's something that's happening across the board at various local governments. I'm by no means am I an expert in that particular area, though, so it's just general knowledge and common sense on my part is what I'm speaking to.
Well, it would be a great thing to be able to accomplish for the city at some point. So I always have my radar up for that. One quick question regarding financial controls. Would your audit capture, for instance, here's an example. Say there's a contract that's been authorized either through the city manager spending authority or what we call a formal contract, which has to be approved by city council per our municipal code. And invoices come in, and therefore the invoice will actually exceed the contracted amount. So say you have a contract for $100,000. Year to date or up to the point of the invoice, you've paid the $100,000 limit, and then you get another invoice for $20,000, but it gets paid. So effectively, the vendor has been paid $120,000, which is $20,000 above the contracted amount. Would that be a financial control that would trigger something in your audit? Would you catch that?
Absolutely, and here's the one kind of caveat to that is that we sample, right? And so based on how we define the population and based on how we select the sample, it's possible that something like that could get missed. But if we're looking at 40 to 60 transactions and we're identifying a sampling unit as a warrant, that's actually the best way to look at that instead of looking at a contract or a purchase order as a sampling unit, because now you can see that, oh, wait a minute, if you picked 10 warrants that happen to hit the same vendor and those 10, 9 of them hit the PO limit, but the 10th went over, now you can see that, wait a minute, we have a problem because this is above the actual purchase order limit. Why is that? And then you can kind of get into the details of that. But everything does hinge on that sample that we select. And we're typically looking at a random sample, unless in our risk assessment process, which includes fraud questionnaires and interviews and things of that nature, somebody gives us a little bit of a hint, identifies a risk that there's something going on somewhere else. And typically we'll find that when we're interviewing management and staff and whatnot, my staff will come to me and say, hey, we spoke to this person and here's what they told me. I think we need to go and look into this area. So those are kind of the two ways that something like that might come up. One in just a general sample, and then the other is in our risk assessment outside of the sampling and testing. So that's that reasonable assurance part too. If we don't have that risk, if we don't have that sample picked, then it could be missed.
Okay, so your firm has established feedback mechanisms other than the sample.
Absolutely.
And you're open to receiving that feedback.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, this is receive the report. So Ms. Hannah, unless there's something else.
I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Chauvin, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Take care. All right, we're now moving on to item 12B, Cannabis Outreach Subcommittee, and council members Emilio, Coletti, and Pedori.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think I'll take this one, at least initially. We did prepare an agenda report. I'll just briefly summarize. I didn't prepare any slides. I don't think it was necessary, but basically the subcommittee, as you mentioned, Councilmember Emilio, myself, and Councilmember Pedori, we met twice. The subcommittee concluded that instead of pursuing cannabis outreach, we would, for another council-initiated ordinance, we recommended that the city actually bring the question to the voters. And basically the question is simply this: will the voters authorize a single recreational cannabis dispensary within the city? And will they also, separate ballot question, will they authorize a tax, and both a tax rate and basically how the question of whether you were to allow a dispensary, that needs to be crafted. That direction was given to staff at our December 1st meeting. It would be good to get those back, the ballot measures back, so we can review them. We also kind of felt that the community would like to know where a dispensary would be located. And if nothing else, and there's a map attached to this agenda report, a 600-foot standoff zone for churches, health, daycare centers, etc. Whether that map should be included within the ballot question that the voters will receive in their voter guide that shows basically where within the city it would be allowed based on these standoff zones. Currently, I think state law allows up to 600 feet or is 600 feet. I think that might want to be integrated into the question, but that's for a separate agenda item when city staff actually brings back the 2 ballot measures for council consideration. And both those questions would go on the November 8th, 2022 ballot. That's a brief summary of where we're at least as far as I'm concerned, and my fellow colleagues may have additional information. Thank you.
Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. No, Councilmember Coletti pretty much summarized everything which we discussed, and he said it just right. So that's what we discussed.
Okay, Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, I would like to thank the subcommittee members for their input through this process. And I look forward to the future agenda items around this topic so we can take this forward. Thanks.
All right, we'll now go out to public comment on
Thank you,
this
Mayor.
topic.
Thank you, Mayor. Inga Lawrenson-Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. My screen has been freezing that there are no pictures up. The council members aren't up. The few pictures that have been up have not moved. It's been a very odd thing, and only when you started the public comment part here did even pictures pop up. So I don't know if it's because obviously we've got a lot of people on this, or the screen. Now I've got 4 things open that says calendar, Carrie Lindstrom, mail, Carrie Lindstrom, online timer. It's like 3 windows, and I'm not sure if the meeting is not being run correctly with Zoom or if anyone else is having this problem, because it's just fixed pictures when they're up, even when the people are speaking, include council members, I mean. So something is very screwy with tonight's Zoom meeting. And as far as the cannabis goes, sure, put it to the people. I think that sums it up, and it should be a ballot measure, and that's great. 2 ballot measures. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Just a suggestion, my screen is fine. And if you have multiple windows open, I suggest you might close them. But I'm not seeing the issues, Ms. Dahmer, that you're describing. So, all right. I hope you can resolve that. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak on cannabis?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Marcia, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to thank the committee for their recommendation to let the people decide. I would also add that the pot retail industry has suffered from an oversupply, and actually the price of retail pot has decreased by 75%. So it's gone down from $1,200, $1,400 per pound to as low as $400, $500 per pound. Monterey County is actually looking at this because this is a significant loss in anticipated revenue, which suggests that Pacific Grove City Council should be concerned that they're not going to be getting the huge windfall of profits if this continues. Also, there has been a recent study published in the medical journal JAMA, and the medical article was referenced May 25th, 2021, that U.S. poison control centers have experienced a significant increase in marijuana-related calls between 2017, 2019. This is especially a concern because 27% of the cases involve children under 10 years old. So children are getting their hands on legal marijuana, which is, a social problem that City Council should consider. And that's about it. I think we've already discussed previously the environmental concerns, use of water, the use of fertilizer that gets into our aquifers, the high use of electricity of the marijuana industry. So this is not, what we were presented with 2 years ago by management. Thank you very much for hearing my concerns.
Thank you.
Wendy Giles, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself, Ms. Giles. We will go to the next speaker for now. Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I also would like to thank the subcommittee for their recommendation that the issue of a single cannabis dispensary should go to the voters. I think that's where to start. I appreciate the map. I have a little trouble with parts of it, but it is a good thing to have. And but again, I think going to the vote on the single issue of a single cannabis dispensary is the place to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll try Wendy Giles again. Wendy Giles, you have the floor. Okay.
Welcome.
Happened. Michelle Rainey, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to, again, agree with the other speakers that the subcommittee's single dispensary should go on the ballot. And I just wanted to confirm that I am having some of the same problems that Inga mentioned, as far as pictures of the council members are sometimes there and then sometimes not. Especially I've noticed that council member Smith and council member sorry. Anyway, some of the pictures are appearing and disappearing so that you don't really see all the council members all of the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Some council members have turned off the video and it's a still photo. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. Do we have someone else wishing to speak?
Kimberly B., you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Kimberly Brown, and I too appreciate the subcommittee's recommendations that this go to the voters. And I really do also appreciate a map to show the standoff zones, because when this was presented, I just couldn't envision where we would have it in the city. And I'm baffling with why even have it in the first place. So I really do appreciate having the opportunity to vote on this measure. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I don't have the map, so I apologize for that, but I do have a question. I think it's a good idea. First, I think it's a good idea to have a vote. I've noticed that the question of cannabis dispensaries in the coastal zone requires a coastal permit. Is something that Pacific Grove will need to look at? Thank you.
Thank you.
Riley Skinner, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, sorry, I guess my name is wrong on the thing, but I'm Ezra. I wanted to speak on this. I'm all for cannabis dispensaries in Pacific Grove. However, I want to highlight that populations that are disproportionately impacted by nonviolent criminal offenses on the basis of cannabis are Black and brown. So I want to ask, what is the city of PG going to do to encourage Black and brown owned cannabis dispensaries? And how are they going to address the arrests and criminalizations made against their constituents and visitors on the arrests of cannabis by their own police force? And how are the profits going to be made for the city going to be redirected and invested back into Black and brown communities? I want to bring up these questions as critical points because there's no reason why we still have locked up convicts in jails who are mostly Black and brown on the basis of cannabis while it's legalized, while it's being profited from by these big cities. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Brian McCarthy, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, members of the council, through the mayor. I wrote the ballot argument for Marina's updated cannabis ordinance after the initial citizen written ballot initiative was found to have some significant issues. And one of the things that I really advocated for at that time was to include parks as a sensitive receptor. I'm looking at your map now and I see that you include schools, daycares, and other things, but I didn't see parks on there. We actually have one dispensary in Marina that is located very close to a park because it was approved under the initial ordinance before the new language was adopted. And what we're finding, or what I'm finding, is that the park that it's co-located near is just littered with a tremendous amount of cannabis-related waste. So I would really encourage you to, if you're not including parks as a sensitive receptor, to consider doing that. And the other thing I would say is that, both tobacco retail and cannabis retail tends to be located near lower income areas of a city, perhaps where Black and brown folks are, and that has a disproportionate health impact on those folks as well. So I'd really encourage Pacific Grove, if you're going to adopt a cannabis ordinance, to consider locating that in areas where it does not disproportionately affect those folks from a health impact as well. So in other words, don't tuck it away in a corner. Don't put it in your worst neighborhoods where those are the kids that are going to walk by it every day. Put it on your main street. Put it where everybody is going to be walking by it, and so that those health impacts are spread fairly and proportionally. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wendy Giles, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak and Council. Sorry about that glitch with my Bluetooth. I just wanted to thank the subcommittee for getting this together and putting it on the ballot so the voters can vote on this. And I'm looking forward to really seeing the financial numbers when we get closer to the ballot time to really see what kind of, financial impact having a dispensary in the community, if it's really worth the money, and if there's going to be enough community benefits for the community having a dispensary. So, I think those are some things moving forward that voters should really be looking at, and looking at the impact again about the location of the dispensary, wherever it's going to land. I really want to appreciate the gentleman who was speaking about the park situation, and about all the litter and all the other things that are sort of associated with these dispensaries. I have plenty of anecdotal stories about dispensaries around the West Hollywood area and around Beverly, adjacent to Beverly Hills. Certainly our small community. I'm hoping that we have the kind of resources to manage and watch all the different dealings that go on with these types of businesses. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands raised, I'll return the meeting to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple questions. Thank you to the subcommittee for putting this together. And I know I think you guys expired in December, but it's been a while to get it on the agenda. So thanks for your patience. I'm glad to hear it. I support this going to a vote of the people, and I think that's the right move. For sure. I also appreciate all the comments that were said today. Anyway, my question is, if we put it to a vote for the people, that the voters say they are okay with a single dispensary and also a tax of some kind, we're not locking ourselves into having to develop that, right? I mean, that's a question maybe for the subcommittee, Councilmember Coletti. I mean, we're not committing ourselves to needing to develop that. We just now have permission to do it at a future date if it makes sense for the city, or how shall it go?
Well, I could answer, Your Honor, if you'd like.
Please.
I think the idea is, if both questions come back yes, then the city council would direct staff to prepare an ordinance to implement the advisory vote. I would have to ask the city attorney, Mr. Laredo, if you can't bind a council in advance, but whether the council at that time, after this coming November election, would decide not to follow that advisory vote and implement that tax, I'd leave that up to Mr. Laredo to answer.
Mr. Coletti, as you framed your question, you characterize this as an advisory vote, and as such, it is just advisory, and then the council has its discretion as to how it will act on that. There's another path that could be followed, and that could be, it could be a directory, not advisory, and it could direct that a single recreational cannabis retail shop be allowed, which would not then make it, there would still be a decision of the city that would have to enable that by permitting it. So there are different ways to do that.
Yeah.
And as we get into the drafting of this, there are going to be questions that are going to have to be answered.
Okay, thank you. I think that's right. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, it would, the question could be posed, for instance, and we don't have the language yet. The direction given at our December 1st meeting was that staff would prepare a ballot measure. If the question were shall, yes, then the city would then implement an ordinance to effectuate that direction given by the electorate. So does that answer your question? I think maybe the thing to do is have the city manager come back and tell us this evening, or answer what his direction was on December 1st. In that agenda report, excuse me, not December 1st. Is the city manager available?
I'm not, through the mayor, I'm not sure I understand what is the question being posed?
The question is, what direction were you given regarding the ballot measures at our December 1st meeting?
Well, I don't have the direction in front of me, but if I recall, I think we were waiting for the subcommittee to come back with language was my recollection, but I could be wrong about that. I just would need to go back and look at the action.
Yeah, the minutes reflect that you were directed to develop 2 ballot measures, one for tax, one for the question. So I guess to answer your question, Councilmember Tomlinson, maybe the city manager could come back and give us a report on exactly where they think the question should go. I'm happy with an advisory vote. I'm happy with a vote whether, to say specifically that the city will implement a ordinance to allow one single recreational cannabis dispensary. So it's really, it's not really for the subcommittee to say. It's up to the council. And if the city manager doesn't remember the direction, we should definitely come back and clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I think it wouldn't be up to the city manager. He needs to prepare the ordinance based on what we want him to prepare. So I would rather the vote be, letting the public be advisory, right? I don't know that I would want it to be a locked in direction. But if you're a council and you're trying to decide whether or not to work with the developer and permit at the right location, all the work that will need to be done, having this, potentially overwhelming support from the community and knowing that that is the correct direction would be helpful. That's what we did not have before. We did not know where the city stood on it. And so my 2 cents would be that the vote be advisory. And I think adding, using the map is a good idea. But it sounds to me like we will give enough information to the city manager and city attorney to provide the draft ballot measures, and we'll be able to go over them. So I look forward to going over them. And I think there's enough time to do all this before they're due for a November election. And I'd like somebody to be keeping track of the timeline so we don't get behind timeline. So, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the subcommittee. The issue of cannabis is a community decision, and so I am in full support of a vote of the people. I also appreciate and support Mr. McCarthy's comment regarding adding parks to the 600-foot radius of restricted locations. I do think that that is important. Did the subcommittee discuss what the tax rate would be?
I could answer that question. Yeah, we kind of did. We talked about a range actually, and what's typical can range from 4 to 7%, but we did not come to a specific number, and that would be something that council would also have to decide on. And so this definitely should come back to council to answer those specific questions. The subcommittee felt that an advisory vote builds up the momentum or gives the council clear direction that, yes, go ahead, write an ordinance to implement a single recreational cannabis dispensary. And then we would also have to determine what the tax rate would be. But typically it's in between 4 and 7%.
For that. And then I have discussed delivery before, and there are multiple delivery services that deliver in the city of Pacific Grove. So if the voters approve one license for a dispensary, how would the city then be addressing delivery?
It's a good question. Subcommittee did briefly discuss taxing delivery. It would be council's decision to decide whether they want to implement that, as well as the TOT rate for the the cannabis tax rate for the single dispensary. But yeah, I would agree. I think collecting the cannabis tax for delivery makes sense. I mean, but that's something the council has to decide on.
Okay, perfect. And then I just think my last comment is, when this does come back to council, it would be helpful to understand, manufacturing, lab testing, hemp products, and CBD. I mean, if we are writing an ordinance, I think we need to be very clear. There's more to the cannabis industry than a dispensary. And so I want to make sure that if we are allowing, then we're clear on that. And if we're not allowing, then we have some very strong language that protects the city. So I do appreciate the subcommittee's time and bringing this back to council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Council Member Adori, I thought you had your hand up. Let me jump in here. Thank you also to the subcommittee for doing this. I fully support putting this to a ballot. I think was pretty much agreed by council in the past to do that. I like the suggestions that we could use some financial information on cannabis for different tax rates with the current price of cannabis, as was described. The price of cannabis has plunged, and cannabis sellers and growers have asked the county for a cut in the tax rate. So that would be great to have that information from city staff with a draft ballot language. I also support the advisory one language. It seems to make sense. And and on the map, so thank you very much for bringing the map. And the commercial districts shown in red really make a difference. I mean, there's no point in excluding a whole bunch of houses, right? Because we're not going to have retail cannabis. in a residential neighborhood. So one of the factors I distill it down to is the 600 or larger, 1,000 or even 1,200 foot exclusion. And what would that do? Well, if we went from 600 to 1,000 or even 1,200, that would exclude downtown. And that's, I think, conversation that I'd like to hear among council when this comes back. Because I think it's a good thing to exclude downtown, family friendly. That's my plug. And last but not least, I agree with subcommittee option number 2. Have staff provide a timeline for the November 8th, 2022 ballot measures. So draft ballot language, maybe some options on distance or anything else that is germane, and some financial information. Mr. Harvey, does that sound good? Mr. Laredo, I figure you two will be working hand in hand.
Mr. Mayor, if you are calling on me, I do have a question and a comment.
Yeah.
I was expecting a little bit more to come back from the subcommittee as far as some detail. It's true. I've gone back now and taken a look at the minutes from December. There is direction to come back with ballot language, but what I am hearing is a lot of flux in the area of the map, exclusions, buffer zones, and tax rate. I don't know that I would suggest that the subcommittee meet again and come up with some clear direction as to what they want in those areas. Or I'm going to have to just leave some blanks in the agenda report and say, figure out the following. I don't know that that's going to lead for a good discussion. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I had before the city manager spoke, I was kind of feeling similar in that I was hoping that the subcommittee would give us some, here's where we landed and here's what we recommend and here's why. And then we did, decide if we agreed with all 5 things or 6 things or some kind of menu to pick from. I don't know. But if I had to go and write an ordinance right now, or a ballot measure rather, I wouldn't know where to go. So I can't, this is just to receive the report, but I think that as a council, we have time and we need to provide more clear direction to those who would write the ballot measure. I'm open to how we accomplish that. But I think more work needs to be done.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. The purpose of the subcommittee was to initially perform outreach for a council driven ordinance. We decided that it'd be best, as reflected in the agenda report, to have an advisory vote and to implement a tax measure. I would feel comfortable having that, brought back by the city manager. The language of an advisory vote is fairly trivial, to be honest with you. That's not complicated at all. So I don't think a subcommittee needs to meet to develop anything as trivial as that. We did feel that a map should be included as part of the advisory vote in the voter guide. And then city staff can also simply recommend, we're not prepared to write a tax measure. That should be left with the city attorney and the city manager. So we should direct them also to prepare the language and give us some options on the various rates and whether that would include deliveries. But those are the 2 options that center around the tax question, is what the rate will be and whether you would include deliveries. So I think we should direct staff to construct the advisory vote language, if that's what council truly wants to appear on the ballot, and also have them direct them to develop an actual tax measure. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Tomlinson, this was your
Sorry, I didn't lower my hand.
point. Okay. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, I actually think the subcommittee should come up with these concepts. That's what they were developed for, and so I would make a motion to continue the subcommittee for 180 days as currently constituted to suss out these matters.
Your Honor.
Hold on, we got a motion on the floor. I need to hear a second. Councilmember Smith, did you say 180 days? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, I did. That's an actual normal set length of a subcommittee, but we've already passed the normal length of that subcommittee. So I'm asking that we extend it for the length of 180 days from now, which is what we can do under law.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Well, if not, then motion dies for lack of a second. Councilmember Emilio.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Sandra. She might be able to answer it. So if this advisory vote, which the subcommittee recommended for the voters of Cedar Grove, how much time do we have to put this on a ballot for the November election?
Thank you, Councilmember Emilio. Through the mayor, I don't have dates specifically in front of me, but if you're looking at a November general election, usually the dates are around in August. I'm sort of guessing again because I don't have the dates right in front of me. But it's sometime in August, the first week or thereabouts.
So I know it's an approximate, but it's about in the first week that we'd have to put a ballot together on this.
That would be the filing of your ballot at the Monterey County Elections Department.
Okay, I was just trying to think of the timeline on this. Okay, thank you, Sandra. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yeah, I did re-raise my hand. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Mayor, and just see if I have any support here of saying that we reverse course and table this. I don't see a lot of passion or desire as a council to figure this out or to put it on the ballot. And I would make a motion that we do not take cannabis to the voters this year.
Okay, your motion is to table cannabis. The cannabis ballot.
That's my motion. Does anyone second it? I don't know.
I see some hands raised. Anyone wanting to second this? Councilmember Pedori.
Yeah, I don't want to second this, but I did want to mention that and this item is basically receiving a report. So we're receiving the report. I'm ready to make the motion. Move along.
Okay. There is no motion for receiving the report. Oh, thank you. I'm going to ask a question. Mr. Harvey, Mr. Laredo, if you could help me out. Looks like we need some further language on what a ballot would look like, or two ballot measures. Could you craft those two ballot measures with a couple of options? Mr.
Mayor, answering that, I believe we can. I raised my hand because I wanted to make a comment on the timeline that was responded before. If these are both advisory measures, then that timeline is accurate, that you could add this to the November ballot by transmitting to the registrar that first week in August, which means that second your second meeting in July is likely the action point. One of the questions would be is whether you would want to treat the tax measure differently from the authorizing measure. I certainly understand that you're saying you want the authorization to be an advisory measure. If the voters said yes, then it would come back to the council to consider amending its municipal code to allow that recreational cannabis dispensary, and you would have your whole review of that as to whether or not you're going to be doing that. That would be advisory. But if you also have the tax measure be advisory only, so that if you just ask the question, should the city be directed to impose a tax between 4% and 6% on retail sales, that's advisory only. You will still then need to come back and have an authorizing election, because under Prop 13, all taxes need to be approved by the voters. There could be a different model where you come back, you set for November, actually an authorizing election on the tax. You would have nothing to tax if there's no retail sales, but you could set a ballot measure that is not advisory on the tax. And if you did that, then you'd have to move it back a bit, because you have to do that by ordinance, and your timeline would be the first meeting in July. And if you only have one meeting in July, then it would be the last meeting in June. But we can meet that as well.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's finish this off. Mr. Harvey, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think that, this agenda report comes back for me and the city attorney at this point, more as a concept review type item.
Okay, I'm Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams, then Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. City Attorney, for that clarification. That was very, very helpful. So I understand this is received report, but it does seem that there's a lot of dots that need to be connected. So as far as staff direction, I would encourage that we're clear to staff what our expectations are, and when it returns. So, and I actually understand what our city manager is saying. It's, we're saying come back with language, and he doesn't really, there's a lot of questions that need to be addressed. So, I understand that the subcommittee's task was regarding outreach, but do we want another subcommittee that would work with the city manager, or perhaps city attorney, to sort of hash out these details and come to council with, said menu? Because if not, then I don't really understand what the next step would be.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's, so the subcommittee met. We talked about an advisory vote. We talked about a tax measure. The tax measure is proposed in our agenda report to be in November, which is a requirement unless you do it by urgency ordinance. You have to have it in the general election. So that's why we recommend this date. And it's not Prop 13, it's actually Prop 218, what the city manager or city attorney was referring to. So we are actually proposing that the tax measure come on the November election, that it be for a given rate. And I think the council, the only thing it needs to decide is to direct staff to prepare the language for a ballot measure, for a tax measure. And we decide on the rate when they bring it to us. And then the staff also develops an advisory vote measure. And that's going to be trivial. That's shall the citizens of Pacific Grove allow one recreational cannabis dispensary. But at any rate, I'm not going to try to draft the language here, but it's fairly straightforward for the city attorney to do that. So what we're here tonight to basically present, and it's in the agenda report, is to allow an advisory vote to go forward and allow a tax measure to go forward. And we already authorized that at our December 1st meeting. So it's not, I'm not exactly understanding the lack of clarity here, but that's what we should be doing based on our recommendation, is that staff simply needs to prepare the ballot language. It's outlined, and prepare those documents, bring them back to us. We say, yeah, we're comfortable with that tax rate. Yeah, we're comfortable with that advisory vote question. Yeah, we like the map that you have. And then they basically, the timeline, I think you have to have the proposed ballot language to the county by 88 days in advance of the election. So we've got plenty of time to do this. We're here in February. I mean, if this came back, even in May or June, we have enough time to make these decisions. But I think tonight's direction should simply be for the staff to come back to council with 2 ballot measures, and that we work out the details at that meeting. Thank you.
Councilmember Pedori.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of basically closing this agenda item out and kind of moving forward on this, I'm happy to work with the staff to actually come back to council on, basically there seems to be some gaps around what the staff exactly needs to do. And that includes the ballot measure itself. That includes what kind of tax rate needs to be there. It includes the geography of the location itself. There are some other variables too. And I think we also need to look into the fact as to how much revenue is this actually going to bring to the town. So my suggestion is I can work with the staff to bring in a future agenda item, which will actually cover all those aspects. And then the council can decide what they actually want to do with all those items.
I'll endorse what was recommended by council members Pedori and Coletti, because I think they're both aligned. And thank you, Councilmember Pedori, for offering to assist. Okay, I'm seeing Mr. Harvey shaking his head. Mr. Laredo, are you okay? And I definitely wish to see both these measures on the ballot. We've been talking about cannabis for quite a while. Let's get off the dime, as they say, and put this before the voters. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. It's 8 o'clock. Let's take a short break. I suggest we do a recess and we return at 8:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
As soon as we have a few more council members, we'll resume.
Recording in progress.
We'll resume as soon as I see that we have a quorum. It's 3. All right. Resuming on item 12C, special events calendar for fiscal year 2022-23. Ms. Clark, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I do have a presentation, so I'll share my screen at this time. Okay, tonight I am presenting the 2022-2023 special events calendar. This is a brief overview of the application and approval process. The special events are received by November 30th for the upcoming fiscal year. The applications are reviewed by the city staff and then approved by the rec board and city council. The events are classified as either full cost recovery or city sponsored events, which are at no cost to the event organizer. Obviously, COVID-19 has had quite an impact on the last couple of years. During the last 2 fiscal years, limited events have occurred. Currently, there are no restrictions in place for outdoor events. City staff will continue to monitor the guidelines and check with event organizers through the 2022-2023 fiscal year as necessary, and check in if changes need to be made. This is a list of the city-sponsored event proposals. They include the 4th of July barbecue, National Night Out, PG Concours Auto Rally, Walk with Pride, Butterfly Parade, Butterfly Days, Pacific Grove High School Homecoming Parade, Trick or Treat PG, Veterans Day Ceremony, Holiday Tree Lighting, Holiday Parade of Lights, Holiday in the Park, and the Good Old Days. This is a list of the special event proposals that would be full cost recovery. They include the Pacific Grove Moto Bike Night, the VW Treffen Car Show, Our Lady of Fatima Celebration, Classic Kickoff Car Show, Little Car Show, Legends of Autobahn, Aim for Awareness Walk and Rally, and that should say walk and that should just say walk and rally, sorry. The 3K, 5K, and half marathon, the Rudolph Run, the 1K and 5K, this is formally the Jingle Bell Run, and the By the Bay 3K. There are 2 new event applications. The first one was Legends of Autobahn. This is anticipated to be on the front 9 of the golf course. The Public Works Director is working with event organizers and the chamber to get the details of the event finalized. After the event details have been presented to Courseco and the city, then this item will be brought back to council for final approval in March. The second one is the AIM Walk and Rally for Awareness. Some details on this one is this event is designed to promote awareness of mental health resources available. They will be partnering with local health organizations such as CHOMP and Ohana to set up tables with information, contacts, and resources. And they will be having some games, bounce houses, and other activities that help raise money during their rally for their nonprofit organization. Regarding the Feast of Lanterns application, the city staff cannot approve the Feast of Lanterns and the 5 associated events for the fiscal year 2022-2023 due to ongoing community dialogue and expressed concerns and discussions at the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. Staff has discussed the need for changes with event organizers and requested a summary of changes. Additionally, organizers should meet to address concerns with community stakeholders, the DEI task force, city staff, and other interested parties. It can return for consideration for the fiscal year 2023-24. We do want to note that the Feast of Lanterns Board withdrew all 6 applications in discussion for the fiscal year 2022-2023 on February 15th of this year. There are 2 events that are requesting an exception to the municipal code 1408030, which prohibits dogs in public parks. The events are seeking code exceptions to allow pets in the park for the Holiday in the Park event, which has pony rides, and the Good Old Days, which has a petting zoo. This is a brief summary of the fiscal impact of these events for the year. The special event staffing costs for the city-sponsored events would be $56,651. The full cost Covery events staffing cost would be $45,036, bringing a total of $101,687. This does not include the Feast of Lanterns, which was estimated at another $29,000. The special event revenue, which is brought from the park facility and equipment use. There is a correction on the slide. That slide should read 2022-2023, but the projected revenue for 2022-2023 would be $28,527, which would then bring the total cost to the city between costs incurred and revenue brought in to $28,124. These are the recommendations brought forward. Approve the special event calendar for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Approve the 13 proposed special events as city-sponsored events and waive the fees for the city staff support and facility use equipment. Approve 9 proposed special events as full cost recovery events and do not approve the Legends of the Autobahn event. Return with Legends of Autobahn details after they have been developed and approved by staff to seek council approval per the Recreation Board recommendations. Allow municipal code exceptions for the designated events to allow pets in parks. And do not approve the Feast of Lanterns and the 5 additional associated events with the feast. Event organizers shall begin discussions with community stakeholders, the DEI task force, and others with the goal of bringing back a revised event for the fiscal year 2023-2024 that reflects changes to address concerns and critiques expressed by the public, stakeholder groups, and a city advisory board regarding the event. And again, just want to note that the Feast of Lanterns did withdraw all 6 of their applications as of February 15th. That concludes that part of the presentation. Are there any questions?
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Before we go out to public comment, I'll say, Ms. Clark said it twice. I'll say it one more time. City Council will not be voting on Feast of Lanterns special events because the board has withdrawn their special events application. All right, we'll now go out for public comment.
Thank you, sir. Heather Mothershead Sunguzi, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a bit of a history lesson as a teacher. As all of us with the privilege to reside in Pacific Grove have the responsibility to know and to teach, this is our true history. Not quite a year after the Chautauqua Assembly hosted Pacific Grove's first Feast of Lanterns and also applauded the first Chinese Presbyterian minister on the American West Coast, Reverend Chu, at his lectures against Chinese exclusion, the terrorizing May 16, 1906 fire destroyed Pacific Grove's Point Ohloni's fishing village, the largest Chinese community on the California coast. A local newspaper called the Evening Sentinel reported evidence of arson in its May 21st, 1906 edition. To quote the Sentinel, piles of hay had been scattered throughout the building in order for the fire to catch a good start, unquote. In addition to the water main having been cut and property looted. Local historian Sandy Leiden describes local newspapers filled with statements of outrage about the lack of sympathy shown the fire victims. But despite the region's first major nonviolent sit-in led by Kwok Tuk Lee, a Point Ohlone-born US citizen and local leader who for 1 year refused to leave the small cluster of buildings that had escaped the flames, the fire ultimately displaced and terrorized several generations, parents, grandparents, and children, both the American-born and Chinese-born alike of Pacific Grove families. With race-based restrictive covenants limiting the sale and lease of property in the city and the region, the Monterey Herald cites Sandy Leiden's research when it reports the 1910 census showed just 5 Chinese residents remaining in Pacific Grove after the 1906 fire. That was down from upwards of 200 to 300 residents who had hitherto formed what local writer Alexandra Vidensky calls a major hub of Chinese American culture and the first settlement of Chinese families in the United States. Today, to quote Sandy Leiden's book, Chinese Gold, we know that not only the boulders along the shoreline at Hopkins still bear scorch marks from the fire, but the demographics of Pacific Grove do too, as do the memories and stories and our traditions that remain. Researching the true Chinese American contributions to the Monterey Bay region and the origins of the Feast of Lanterns, legend of the blue willow pattern, I learned the truth about Pacific Grove's inappropriate appropriation and mimicry of fake Chinese culture, imagined through a Eurocentric lens. The legend was literally invented by a British marketing campaign to sell their own fake Chinese pottery, while very real contributions of our local Chinese community have yet to be publicly recognized at an event as large and influential as the Feast of Lanterns.
Thank you.
Riley Skinner, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello. We'll go to the next caller. George Powell, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is George Powell, a board member of the Asian Communities of Marina. Here are the U.S. Census facts for 2021, which speaks to the historical race relations. The past reaches into the present. Pacific Grove has 79.1% white alone, not Hispanic or Latino category. By contrast, Marina has 35.8%, and the county has 29.4%. PG is clearly white. PG has only 5.5% Asian alone, while Marina has 16.9%, not even including Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders, and 2 or more races categories, giving another 13% to Marina's Asian communities. PG clearly has few Asians. Who is to speak up for the wrongness of what Pacific Grove perpetuates in this Feast of Lanterns, when there are so few Asians or other minorities in PG? Who can prevail over an overwhelming white majority? It becomes incumbent upon all of us outside of PG to support those who reside in PG to rectify this longstanding wrong. And may we point out that enlightened white PG residents are faced with some disregard and disrespect that Asians do by speaking up. Councilperson Jenny McAdams is an example. To be clear, the offensiveness of this event applies to all Asians and others who understand systematic racism and not isolated to Pacific Grove. And this is why Asians everywhere feel the obligation to stand up in opposition to the Feast of Lanterns. We do not speak up. If we do not speak up, PG will continue to see this event as a nice, fun event and be blind to how Asian Americans experience this. Please end this event permanently and not just for 1 year. And do not use public funds to support this. You have enough opposition today to end this. You don't need another year of convincing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian McCarthy, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, members of the council through the mayor. I applaud the decision regarding the Feast of Lanterns events this year, but to be sure, the discussion is only getting started, and I encourage you to listen to tonight's comments with an open heart. I'd like to share my story about the event. In 2009, after returning from the bloody war in Iraq, I was desperate to go to a local event to celebrate and honor the unique, if not difficult, intersection of American cultures. And so I found myself at Pacific Grove's Feast of Lanterns, an event that had a reputation for being a special family-friendly event. I settled in to watch the performance. During certain parts of the story, the audience roared with laughter or booed the villain, and I knew that was the expected response. I wanted to laugh in solidarity with my friends and neighbors, but I couldn't. Instead, I remember looking at the friend who accompanied me with a mutual sense of sorrow, awkwardness, embarrassment, and shame. Something didn't feel right. Was it the mocking of the name Princess Topaz with an accent that I heard as I walked around? Was it the awkward villainization of, quote, the Mandarin? Was it the lack of backstory and honor for all the sacrifices of the very culture that allowed this story to exist? What I know now, 13 years later, is that it was appropriation, which can be described as, quote, involving pieces of an oppressed culture being taken out of context by a people who have historically oppressed those they are taking from, and who lack the cultural context to properly understand, respect, or utilize these elements. This isn't intended to sound as a reprimand, but rather a desperate plea to understand the appropriation and hurt caused, and ensure it is not brought back unless it can honor and celebrate the very culture it depicts. I look forward to a day when I can pridefully attend an event that celebrates not only the history, but the present and future with real transparency, honesty, humility, and accuracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Biala, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak. I do have another person who would like to speak on the same computer, if you will. Thank you. My name is Kathy Biala, Mayor Pro Tem of Marina, and a third-generation Japanese American whose extended family were interned in relocation camps. Please do not memorialize the sad history of racism against Asians by continuing to justify the Feast of Lanterns. What if your ancestors were Scottish, and after China expelled all the Scots from their land, while visiting China, you stumbled upon a Feast of Kilts event in which a fictitious play had Chinese actors dressed up in kilts with beards pasted on their faces, mimicking the Scottish brogue, and the audience booed the Scottish king, and beautiful Chinese women dressed up in stylized kilts competing for the prized Queen of Plaids. I know many Caucasian experts on Chinese culture who deeply appreciate Asian arts, history, and traditions. This is not what I am speaking of. The local Japanese taiko group has many Caucasian drummers. This is not cultural appropriation. This is cultural appreciation. The Feast of Lanterns is a blatant example of cultural appropriation. I use Scotland in this example because though I am Japanese by heritage, I have long fallen in love with all things Scottish after my visit there several years ago. If I attend a Scottish festival here, I wish to be surrounded by authenticity with accomplished bagpipers in traditional kilts, meet descendants of the Scottish clans, and witness real Braemar games. I do not want unknowledgeable others trying to mimic or pretend to be Scots when they know nothing of the Scotland I visited and cherish. The first time I ever saw the ad for the Feast of Lanterns with all Caucasian women in Chinese costumes, I felt some strange disbelief and embarrassment that such a thing was being promoted. I had an immediate aversion to this. This is the sting of cultural appropriation. Please end this Feast of Lanterns forever and its public funding. Start anew. Thank you. And here's the next speaker, if you will.
Okay, yeah. My name is Harvey Biala. I'm a resident of Marina. It is a very sad deja vu to read a July 26, 2007 Monterey County Weekly article some 15 years ago with the title, quote, "Does Pacific Grove's Feast of Lanterns celebrate a racist past?" End of quote. Here are some quotes. The festival, quote, "The festival's organizers view the theme as innocent fun, as much an annual tradition as the salad chow down and fireworks." End of quote. But Williams, a doctoral student, and other scholars mentioned in the article see the festival playing to, quote, "stereotypes of Asia that more closely resemble Disney cartoons than the recorded history of the Chinese in Pacific Grove. The kindest phrase for it is ignorant romanticism." Another quote, "The Pacific Improvement Company donated hundreds of dollars to the Feast of Lanterns festivities, even as it built a fence around the Point Alones village and hired armed guards to keep the Chinese out." Quote, "Until the mid-1980s, the Queen and 8 princesses even made up their faces in Asian caricature with white skin and elongated eyes, which Williams describes as a classic yellow face performance." End of quote. In 2007, when this article was written, the author, Kara Abraham, writes that, quote, "Neither Mayor Court nor festival spokeswoman Dixie Lane acknowledged the expulsion of PG's earliest Chinese community. Both say they thought the Chinese left town because jobs were limited, not because they were forced out." Court said, quote, "I don't think they left because they didn't feel welcome." End of quote. The article ends with, and I quote, "Lane acknowledges that event planners haven't made a special effort to reach out to local Chinese Americans. Yet," she says, quote, "I think next year will be the year." End of quote. We're still waiting 15 years later. Isn't it time to end the shameful chapter in PG's history, past and current? Please consider apologies for such an event and end any funding for this travesty now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, point of order. I'm not sure that the Feast of Lanterns is actually on the agenda any longer. So I'm not sure we should entertain all this comment on this actual item.
I'll allow it unless you make you want to make a motion to end public comment.
I don't think that's actually an motion I can make, but I'm just asking you as the board chair to monitor this meeting. And if we're not going to actually decide that issue, it shouldn't be at issue.
Well, it is on the agenda and our recreation manager has discussed it. And I see no reason to stop public comment on this item. Councilmember Coletti.
People have come to speak to their elected representatives and they should be allowed to do so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to echo Councilmember Coletti's comment. There's 24 hands raised. And so to stop public comment right now would just be very disrespectful. Thank you.
Shall I move on, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Thank you. Christina Dirksen, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I imagine you're hearing me well.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate your time. Hello, my name's Christina Medina Dirksen. My children are alumni of Lighthouse Preschool. I have many dear friends in Pacific Grove, and just 2 weeks ago, I really enjoyed your first night or your Friday celebration music. I was down at the PG Art Center listening to Dorian Gray. I enjoy your community dining, strolling, bringing friends to town. But what makes me cringe, as the kids say, is your Feast of Lanterns Festival. And I do recognize you pulled funding for it this evening, which I applaud. I'm a mom of 3 girls. They're half Asian and Mexican on my side, and took them to the one and only Feast of Lanterns in the past. We saw young women dressed in jest, eye makeup, exaggerated, hair pulled back, attempting to look Asian. And as a mom wanting to present good role models and just enjoy, it just felt so uncomfortable. But back then I didn't have the voice to say anything. And I feel camaraderie with those before me to be able to voice this concern. So what I'm just here to show you is that the uncomfortableness that comes with images I particularly had to tread carefully, respecting your traditions, because PG is a community all about traditions, and my own honest opinions. And I felt that it was wrong. But that was 12 years ago. We've never been back. So I applaud your decision not to fund and hopefully ever host this event without really thinking it through and what messages you're sending to young girls and to families, but and elements of making really a caricature of other cultures. So I know that there are many of you on this council that are forward thinking. You're a community of tradition, but I just really ask you to pull this from future funding and to really rethink how you represent your community fairly and modernly. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for all that you do. Honestly, that's all.
Thank you.
David Kong, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Kong. I'm an elected trustee on the Greenfield School Board. We know that the Feast of Lanterns Board have heard concerns from community members, but chose not to act upon the most significant recommendations by Chinese descendants and its own previous board members. The Feast of Lanterns Committee now wants more dialogue, ignoring the past 10 years of the public trying to get their attention. It is not my job, it is not the job of the city to make changes to an independent organization's event that is submitting a permit application, but you do have the ability to not grant the permit and not to fund any events. Should public funds of almost $30,000 go to a festival that has racist elements and is disrespectful of the Chinese people? Does it matter that all to the city that now regional leaders and organizations and the Asian committee are now looking at this particular issue? Does PG not see that our country is trying to right the wrong of hate against Asian Americans, and this nothing will justify this kind of racially insensitive event? Did the Feast of Lanterns try to find real Chinese actors for a classic Chinese performance, or verify the authenticity of the portrayals? Did proper research, did they do any proper research to know that there was some irony that here was the Feast of Lanterns celebration that chose to ignore a tragic history? Does it seem strange that a festival celebrating Chinese has few Chinese actually involved in it? I've heard that other Asian Americans have no interest in attending such an event, and that includes me. You celebrate the Chinese, or you want to celebrate the Chinese, yet the Chinese would not want to attend this event. And trying to fix this event still has its racist themes. The resistance and the willing ignorance remains too strong to ever make this right. Please just end this event now and not just postpone it for another year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. I grew up on the peninsula, spent a lot of quality time in PG, and now teach California history at the university level. One of the things we learn is that any and all progress in California has made in becoming a more diverse and open-minded place didn't happen overnight. In fact, redemption seems to be a constant theme in our state's history. With respect to Asian Americans, California did everything in its power to prevent Asians from coming over here, living in certain neighborhoods, working in certain jobs, becoming citizens so they could cast a vote, and marrying certain races. And yet today, California is the most populous and diverse state in its Asian population, with people of all backgrounds who've excelled in culture, business, science, and politics, all the way up to Vice President of the United States. If we want to continue this theme of redemption, we must put an end to the Feast of Lanterns, with all due respect. It's had a long run, but at what cost? Many white youth didn't speak up against troubling representations because they didn't know any better, while many Asians didn't speak up because they prioritize survival in a society where they're often told to go back where they came from, as if they're not happy here, as if Asians are not real Americans. We must acknowledge the hurt inflicted upon our brothers and sisters and do our best, no matter how imperfect the effort may be, to not let it happen again. We hopefully must not get defensive about it, and hopefully must not engage in collective amnesia, lest we fuel the type of hurtful rhetoric that Renee Tajima heard as a teenager in the 1970s, when she shared her grandparents' story of the internment camps, and her teacher replied with, "Your grandparents must have lied to you, because something like that could never happen in America," implying that whatever did happen to Japanese Americans was something they had coming to them anyway. We can't change what happened in the past. The least we can do is keep that event in the past and out of our present and future, except maybe in our history books. It's an important step to healing in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Peter Mountier, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I appreciate your consideration of the attached events calendar. The Chamber of Commerce works with the city's Public Works Department on many of these events, including the Good Old Days, Car Week, the Parade of Lights, and some others. And this city's support of these events is invaluable to their success and continued presence in Pacific Grove. So I want to say thank you to Public Works, Dango, and Rocky, our police leadership, Chief Matalone and Commander Santos, and to all of you. We enjoy putting these events on. It's one of the favorite aspects of my job, to see everyone having fun in a safe and joyful environment. And I would encourage you to approve the calendar as presented. We look forward to coming back on Legends of the Autobahn in a couple of weeks, and we're in touch with the event promoters daily to ensure they have everything that they need. Thank you very much. That concludes my comments.
Thank you.
Shannon Warto, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Shannon Warto, and I grew up in Pacific Grove, and my parents still live in Pacific Grove. And I would like to echo the earlier comments and express gratitude to those who have spoken already, that we should permanently end the Feast of Lanterns. It's harmful. We should take time to learn the history and share the history, and dissolve it completely and create something new that is inclusive, with input from all members of the community, and just brings us all higher and raises the vibration of Pacific Grove. And I would like to read a comment from a member of the community who is not able to speak this evening, was not able to join this meeting. I would like to read the comment of Amy Chen Mills, candidate of Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. Ms. Mills says, I live in the Monterey Bay area and I am half Chinese. Having studied the history of this event, I highly recommend consulting with a group of Chinese in the area, young and old, and issuing an apology for this unfortunate festival of over nearly 100 years, based on what their input is. I also recommend using the feast as a point of departure for educating our community and the Monterey Bay area about the feast and local Chinese history. I recommend canceling the feast and starting fresh with a new, more inclusive and respectful event. Thank you. And thank you for hearing my comments as well.
Thank you.
Carolyn Haskell, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name's Caroline Haskell, and I'm speaking this evening as a member of the Pacific Grove community and as one of the founders of Whites for Racial Equity, a local group of white people who are committed to dismantling racism. I'm grateful for the courageous first step that the Feast of Lanterns Board of Directors took in issuing their formal apology to the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Acknowledging the impact of racism and cultural appropriation caused by the Feast of Lanterns is an important start. We can take this as an opportunity to do better as we know better. We, as the founders of Whites for Racial Equity, are urging the Pacific Grove City Council to end support of the Feast of Lanterns, not just for this year, from now on forever. We see no way to ensure this event is respectful, inclusive, and free of racism or cultural appropriation, given its long legacy, the history of this town of the persecution and mistreatment of Chinese immigrants and Chinese Americans, and the more than 10 years trying unsuccessfully to make changes and revisions that cannot undo the damage done and the continued harm experienced by our Asian American community members. We are not saying we want to end annual community celebrations. We want Pacific Grove's events to be inclusive, welcoming, diverse, and respectful to all of us who live here. I believe it is possible to engage a diverse committee to plan a new event for the benefit of all. Many of us, as white people, struggle to understand racism or cultural appropriation and the part we play in it. Listening to the voices of Asian Americans, especially Chinese Americans, allows us to learn how they experience the Feast of Lanterns. What is hurtful and painful for them hurts all of us. As I remembered an incident that speaks to the tremendous need for us to end the Feast of Lanterns. When I moved here in the 1990s, I married a Japanese American man, and I came home one day to find him extremely distressed by a comment made by a City Grove council member. The City Grove council member had used the expression, hasn't got a Chinaman's chance. I was stunned and alarmed that this level of racism, intentional or not, existed in Pacific Grove and still does. Doing the right thing is rarely the easy thing. I'm hopeful we can do better and start a new event.
Thank you.
Molly Daniels, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi. The following is a public comment from the community on the change.org petition, Change with Kindness. I support abolishing this event forever. It is racist and an affront to our Chinese American community, specifically to our Asian American community in general, and to all people who believe in human rights and social justice. As a Black person, this feast harkens back to the horrible images of white so-called entertainers and others putting on blackface and performing horrible characters, stereotypes, and racist depictions of Black people. While this was portrayed as comedy, this added to the racist conception of Black people as slow, dim-witted, childlike buffoons who were seen as subhuman at best, which added to the social acceptance and justification of lynchings and other forms of terror that were exacted against Black people for centuries. As well, we can ill afford to forget the burning of the prosperous Chinese village in Pacific Grove, during which whites stood by cheering as the village was reduced to ashes. This feast event should be abolished immediately and should never be brought back in any revised shape or form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Schiavone, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Thank you. My name is Susan Schiavone. I'm a former PG resident. As a Caucasian, I cannot be expected to completely grasp the experience of what it's like for an African American to be anxious when a police car is in sight because an encounter might result in the killing of an innocent Black person, or an Asian woman wondering if she might be attacked on a street, not because she's a woman, but because she's Asian. I've never lived under those circumstances, but it does not excuse me from accepting their experiences as real and valid for those living with this in their daily lives. Just because I do not live in that world, who am I to invalidate, ignore, or minimize those feelings and truths? And it does not excuse me from trying to learn more, stretch my scope of empathy, even if it's difficult to compare their experience with mine. And it does not excuse me from standing up for those whose experiences I hear and witness, but have never lived personally. If I cannot speak up for them, I will be contributing to their aloneness and powerlessness in a system that says it does not understand and feels no need to understand and suffers no negative consequences for not understanding. Though I can't know the full experience of people of color, I accept their hurt as they reveal it to me, and I stand with them to say to others, hear their truth and stop the continued victimization of people who deserve better. If this council votes to merely delay the Feast of Lanterns permit to next year and mandate more senseless and empty attempts to revise this, it's a clear statement of not hearing what the Asian community and others are trying to say to you today. Please heed their words. It's time to examine and remove institutionalized and unconsciously accepted racism. Please create a new summer event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amelia Murphy, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor P. My name is Amelia Murphy. I am of Filipino descent. I yearn for the day when Asian women can be appreciated without stereotypes. When I see Caucasian women dressed in Chinese costumes and competing for the title of Queen Topaz, I wonder why Chinese and other Asian women aren't included. There's a visible omission of Asian women inherent in this contest, but isn't the Feast of Lanterns supposed to be celebrating Chinese culture? And why would we Asian women choose to compete in a historically exclusive Caucasian group of contestants? After the violent expulsion of the many Chinese immigrants that once settled in PG, who among Chinese women in PG are even left to participate, even if they wanted to? There's something very wrong at the core of this competition. There are leadership opportunities and educational benefits given to the winners, but instead of going to the Chinese community, These benefits are given at the expense of the Chinese people. This event, with its current name and Chinese theme, should not be permitted ever again. Instead, I hope the red lanterns will be used to decorate the city during a Walk of Remembrance event that truly honors the Chinese people. You can't justify the racist core of this event, no matter how you might try to revise it. The wider community seems to understand this, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julia Goldman, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Julia. I'm calling in as a CSUMB student in allyship with the local Chinese community, and I'd like to read to you another public comment from the change.org petition and also share with you some of my own thoughts. I'll start with the public comment from Alexander Barton, who says that the Feast of Lanterns cannot be redeemed. The historical roots of the event are steeped in racism, and no amount of changes to the program will fix that. It's time for residents and the city of Pacific Grove to develop a new annual tradition, one based on truth, education, inclusivity, and the power of community. Personally, as a member of the Asian American community, Pacific Grove's Feast of Lanterns is a mockery of our community and a celebration of ignorance. No amount of modifications can excuse over a century of fetishization of Chinese culture for the enjoyment of the non-Asian public. The Feast of Lanterns should not be up for consideration in the future, and I do appreciate the council hearing the public's thoughts. To disregard these concerns because of a lack of relevance or a misconception that the issue is not on the agenda would be to perpetuate an established and active ignorance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Layla, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. My name
I think we lost you, Layla.
It appears
Okay.
we've lost Layla.
I'll go to the next caller. Zoom number 6285, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Anna Tao. I must quote some compelling words from Ariel Isaac, a Chinese American who grew up in Pacific Grove and is a graduate of Columbia University. She writes, and I quote, "The choice lies between continuing to distance ourselves from history by way of meaningless reform or owning up to the past and understanding that this festival perpetuates racism. If we learned about the Chinese fishing village in school and how the Feast of Lanterns picked up where actual Chinese people left off, our town would be hard-pressed to justify the racism it recommits every year. As a spectacle and a diversion, the absence of education about Chinese history in Pacific Grove's consciousness creates the ideal conditions for such flagrant racism to persist. I cannot say my thoughts more clearer than this young person. It's an utterly astonishing that Jerry Lo Sabato spent a decade trying to correct this festival, and for all of her kind efforts, we're still faced with this shameful event being once again considered for approval now or next year. How much more do you have to hear? Please end this event and let this coming year be dedicated to planning other events that do not perpetuate harm to others. Thank you for your time."
Thank you.
Deb Miller, you have the floor.
Welcome.
My name is Deb Miller, and my husband and I moved to Pacific Grove with 2 of my 3 children 30 years ago after being married here 53 years ago. I want to give my thoughts about continuing the Feast of Lanterns in the years after 2022-23. I've had thought of Feast of Lanterns as a quaint custom of the last hometown. However, in the past few years, I've given more thought to the content of the feast story and realized it could be perceived as mocking the Chinese culture and community whose history on the Monterey Peninsula and in our town was decidedly mixed and nothing to be proud of. I feel we should discontinue the Feast of Lanterns forever in favor of a positive celebration of our terrific town that welcomes the diversity of all its citizens and visitors. Please end this event for the years going forward. I've been asked to give a statement by Jennifer Bennett, who is a past resident of Pacific Grove, but who wasn't able to attend the meeting tonight. Her statement is as follows. As a childhood resident of Pacific Grove, I love the annual Feast of Lanterns pageant. The costume parades, festivities, and fireworks always seem fun and magical. As an adult, however, I have realized how harmful and denigrating the Feast of is to Chinese community. Why was the royal court always comprised of white people? Why was the Chinese community and their real experience on the Monterey Peninsula never shared with spectators? Times have changed and traditions must evolve as well. These festivals need to celebrate cultural diversity and appropriately, as well as educate residents about the historical difficulties and meaningful contributions people of color have experienced in Pacific Grove. I sincerely hope kinder, inclusive celebrations can be developed in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Elena Loomis, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Elena Loomis, and I am the president of the board of the Monterey chapter of the National Coalition Building Institute. And we are a group that is dedicated to ending discrimination, oppression, and intolerance of every kind. And I come to you tonight to request that the City of Pacific Grove discontinue its support of the Feast of the Lanterns. We stand as an organization in solidarity with the Asian American community in asking Pacific Grove to end this outdated, racist, and inaccurate portrayal of Chinese people. It's time for the city to stop supporting the Feast of the Lanterns and move to create a fresh, new, and inclusive event that will better reflect all of the community. As an organization, NCBI worked with and supported the late Jerry Losabado over 15 years in her effort to end the Feast of the Lanterns and bring to light the real history of the Chinese in Monterey County. Now, her family and many other community members are asking that the Feast of the Lanterns be permanently canceled. In the opinion of the board of NCBI and our chapter director, Sue Paris, it is time to end the Feast of the Lanterns and establish a new inclusive event. Let us honor Jerry Losabado's memory and stop the cultural appropriation of the Feast of the Lanterns and replace it with an event such as the Walk of Remembrance, which Jerry initiated and is an example of the ethnic and historical reality, which is worthy of celebration. We strongly recommend that the City of Pacific Grove cease forever supporting the Feast of Lanterns. Thank you to everyone who spoke so eloquently about your experiences. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Michael Ibsen, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. If you've looked at letters to the editor in the Monterey Herald recently, you will see that there are a number of Pacific Grove residents who believe that the Feast of Lanterns is not unkind to Chinese people. It's a celebration of Chinese culture. Unfortunately, this is entirely wrong. There is much work to be done to help the people of Pacific Grove understand that this was a fantasy, not connected with truth. The board of the Feast of Lanterns over the years has had many opportunities to hear people indicate that the Feast of Lanterns is a slander on the Chinese, but they refuse to listen. When we look at the city of San Francisco, which on February 1st, the first day of the Lunar New Year, issued a dramatic apology for 150 years of racism, enumerating all of the acts: segregated schools, closing schools, making it impossible for Chinese to carry out their work, and then giving an unreserved apology for all of these and committing to moving forward to make this a teaching moment and to take action to redress the wrongs. They have lanced the boil. If Pacific Grove allows the Feast of Lanterns to continue, the baggage of all of these years, the taint, will go unchecked, and people in Pacific Grove will still think that the Chinese have had a nice life here in this city. So let us end this. We have many, many people in Pacific Grove who can come up with ideas which celebrate diversity and inclusion. The Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion has recommended that the city adopt rules against discrimination and have a officer to enforce these. To think of the Feast of Lanterns continuing is contradicting this recommendation from the task force. So please take this opportunity to close the book on a very ugly past and start on a new chapter in which Pacific Grove can celebrate its great points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Karen Anderson, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Peak, City Council, and staff. I'm Karen Anderson, and I live in Marina. As a society, we have known for a very long time that blackface has been a terrible racist mockery of African Americans. The long history of prejudice, discrimination, and white privilege of 400 years of Black history have been the simmering fire behind such portrayals. In the very same way, the Feast of Lanterns with Yellowface embodies the same exact prejudice, discrimination, and white privilege. The wrongness of Yellowface and how this legacy continued because of the ongoing resistance to being culturally authentic and historically correct in this Feast of Lanterns is testimony to this. When starting with Yellowface as the foundation, no amount of fixing will ever correct it. It is apparent to all of us speaking, but somehow the decision makers at the Feast of Lantern Board do not seem to get it. A deep and honest self-evaluation is needed to understand. It is not an issue to re-debate among stakeholders in order to resubmit an application in the future. It's about a self-reflection on where we stand, where anyone stands, with understanding racism and all its many forms. It's about making the right decision today, and I suggest creating a culturally sensitive alternative. My ancestors moved to PG about 100 years ago, and I was pleased to see my grandparents' cousin, Helen Ingham, had signed one of the petitions on display at the Japanese American Cultural League's museum regarding welcoming the Japanese Americans incarcerated during World War II back home to Monterey County. They were educators here in Pacific Grove. Thank you very much for continuing to hear all of the public comments on this topic tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sharon Miller, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Yes, this is Sharon Miller, a proud Pagrovian for over 40 years. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for their stamina and conscientiousness in considering tough topics like the ones on the agenda tonight. I supported the Feast of Lanterns for many years, donating, thanking young members of the Royal Court, decorating my house with lanterns, staking out a spot at Lover's Point, and oohing and awing over the fireworks. However, this was before I was educated to the hurt caused people of Asian background from the embedded prejudices and discrimination perpetuated by a pageant based on stereotypes in a story invented to sell English dinnerware. I do not now support the Feast of Lanterns, nor will I support it in the future. We have enough talented and creative people in our little town to come up with a totally different concept, one that will let us back our high school youth, have family fun, raise money for scholarships, and celebrate our diversity. Please, no more Feast of Lanterns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Gonzalez, you have the floor.
Welcome.
My name's Andrew Gonzalez. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove and a former student of CSUMB. And I was hoping to direct people to my Facebook because I'm writing about how Pacific Grove police are running a large hate group in town. And, I think it matters because, I'm not Chinese, but it's something that affects everybody. My name is Andrew Gonzalez, and you can find me on Facebook. You can hear my whole story there.
Thank you.
Angie Tran, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you, the mayor and the council members for this wonderful opportunity. It's an honor to follow my dear colleagues at CSU Monterey Bay, Dr. Phương Nguyen and Caroline Haskell. My name is Angie Tran. As a Vietnamese American professor teaching at CSU Monterey Bay since 1996, 25 years plus, I always support instilling wonderful skills, appreciation of cultural diversity, Chinese and other cultures, and worldviews in our students, such as community service, leadership skills, confidence in communication and publication, and public speaking abilities, and the importance of getting scholarships, as mentioned by the supporters of this event, such as Save the Feast of Lanterns by Michelle Evans, Secretary of the Feast of Lanterns, and Rudy Fisher, who made comments in the Monterey Herald on February 14, 2022. So we are in agreement here. But my question is, at what cost? We need to pay attention to the consequences side. I do question the compassion piece mentioned in those and the entertainment and fun aspects of this event, and the accountability to the Chinese culture from which this event has borrowed in over 6 decades. Where is the compassion here? When it has been known that the Chinese community has been deeply hurt by the ways in which this pageant has caricatured the Chinese people with crude yellow face makeup and tipping of the eyes to make them appear slanted. The ridicule of Chinese culture and the hidden history of the eviction of Chinese from Pacific Grove in 1906. This event, as is, can never express a spirit of diversity, equity, or inclusion claimed by the supporters of this event. From my perspective, this Feast of Lantern event needs to end permanently. It is long overdue to find another event that is respectful of and celebrating different cultures and the beautiful nature that PG has to offer, such as the monarch butterfly. Moreover, this new culturally respectful event can be a win-win event that appeals to a larger audience, including many social justice-based affinity groups in this area, and generates income for PG. Thank you, the mayor and council members, for allowing these diverse voices to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jiwa, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. My name is Jiwa Zhou. I'm a Chinese American. I would like to echo all the comments on the Feast of Lanterns. And over the years, so many voices of the residents of PG and articles in the Herald and the Monterey County Weekly publications have all expressed the significant inappropriateness of the Feast of Lanterns. And among the many voices was Jerry Lo Sabado, a long-term resident of the peninsula, and also the direct descendant of the first Chinese immigrants in PG. So tonight, I would like to add another voice, hoping the Feast of Lanterns will be ended permanently, not just for next year. And thank you.
Thank you.
Eloise Shim, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Okay, this is Eloise Shim, and I just want to corroborate what everybody else has said about the Feast of Lanterns. And I want to make a suggestion. If Pacific Grove wants to be inclusive and empathetic and charitable in a concrete way, and to apologize and be accountable for over a century of anti-Asian hate, it would be a way to, if they formulated a committee and went over to the Chinatown in Salinas and collect up all of their lanterns, their Chinese paper lanterns, and their costumes and their Chinese crowns, and they collaborated with the Asian community in Salinas Chinatown, which has been the most ghetto Chinatown in California, and I dare say probably in the United States. Maybe they could help them decorate and revitalize and make a beautiful celebration in good faith in the Salinas Chinatown for the next Chinese New Year 2023. And don't be stingy about it or make the contributions alone, but rather a real donation with no taking stuff back to perpetuate the racist Feast of Lanterns. There should be love and respect for the Chinese, the cultural vibrancy of the Chinese contributions in terms of the free and slave labor that in building the transatlantic railroad, and only to be rewarded with nearly 60 years of the Chinese Exclusionary Act from 1882 to 1943. But there was demonstrable and ethnic cleansing as far back as 1871. And the cycle of anti-Asian hate has been codified and reinstated with the COVID-19 pandemic. So I hope that PG would not consider bringing back the racist Feast of Lanterns celebration and use their energy to do something positive. Take all your stuff and do something good over there in Salinas, Chinatown, at Chinese New Year's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clarity Coleman, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Clarity, and many of you know me as Kay Coleman. I am a past member of the Royal Court, Queen Topaz in 1993, and I served on the Feast of Lanterns Board of Directors from 2012 to 2020. I'm here today because of Jerry Lo Sabado and her kindness and her willingness to communicate with me over years to try to solve the issues with the Feast of Lanterns. I want the mayor and the city council to truly know that a lot of time and effort has already gone into trying to revamp the feast and make it something that wasn't causing harm. I want to contrast for you that my experience working with a predominantly white board of directors versus my experience working with a coalition of diverse voices has been stark. The white people of Pacific Grove feel entitled to their tradition, a tradition they literally know almost nothing about other than that there's fireworks at the beach. And their working on that board was incredibly difficult, and it became even more difficult when I started to talk about racism in a real way. And so there, in my mind, at this point, there is no way to revive the Feast of Lanterns and have it not cause harm. And I also stand here as a role model for other white people that if someone like me can shift, and my family had volunteered and supported the Feast of Lanterns for 35 years, and at one time I feel like I was the Feast's biggest cheerleader, if I can make the change in my consciousness, then anyone can make this change. It's very important. Our country is going through a racial reckoning right now, and Pacific Grove has a great opportunity to be a leader. So I hope that the leadership of our city will take that to heart. And I hope that when you publicly apologize for the burning of the fishing village and the looting by the white residents and the ongoing racism that the Chinese American community has suffered here in Pacific Grove, that you will also apologize for the Feast of Lanterns. And as part of that apology, you will make the commitment never to fund or permit the event again. It would be ludicrous to apologize for racism and then have the Feast of Lanterns. Thank you to everyone who's spoken. You touch my heart deeply, and we are going to change this community event, and we are going to make our world a safer place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ezra, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I apologize for my earlier tech issues. Hello, my name is Ezra. I'm calling in as a lifelong Monterey County resident and CSUMB Social Sciences student, and as a friend and ally to Jerry Lo Sabato. Recognizing that the Feast of Lanterns has withdrawn their applications this year, I want to speak on what the future holds, emphasizing that I am here today to encourage the council to not only divest from the Feast of Lanterns, but to in no way, shape, or form perpetuate the harm caused by the Chinese minstrel show of the Pacific Grove. The Chinese minstrel show that the city of Pacific Grove has profited from and supported year after year for a century. The arguments made to preserve these racist traditions over the past few years in particular speaks volumes about the values held by this city and those serving on this council. The inaction to adequately address racist housing policies, anti-Asian sentiment, and the long-withstanding history of Pacific Grove's white supremacist culture makes this city safe for white supremacy culture and simultaneously hostile and dangerous for non-white residents and visitors. Y'all can do better. As is evident by the courageous speakers, colleagues, friends, and activists who spoke before me, you have a responsibility to PG's racist history. Your constituents are holding you to that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Jane Haynes, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate Councilmember Smith pointing out that this is inappropriate discussion because the application has been withdrawn. Nonetheless, since other people have spoken on it, I will too, except in my case, I have something very different to say. I am very concerned about the procedure that the city has followed in this. There was the Recreation Board initially had a public notice which linked to an agenda report which said the Feast of Lanterns the staff recommended that it be approved. The way this was changed was by an errata. An errata is generally for typographical error, is not a minor error. But it was an errata was published, and the errata didn't even say that it was changing the recommendation. It just was linked to a a staff report. You had to go and read the agenda report to realize the staff had recommended exactly the opposite of what the initial public notice had said. That's the first issue. The second issue is that the Feast of Lanterns is a corporation. It was incorporated by the state of California in 1995. The staff recommendation was ordered the Feast of Lanterns to do certain things. That's called ultra virus. It means it's beyond the authority of the city council or of the recreation board to order a corporation to do something. It said it shall meet with certain groups. And so my concern is the illegality of the procedure that was followed in this matter. I'm very glad that the Feast of Lanterns withdrew its application. But I'm also very concerned with the procedure that the city followed in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. My husband and I moved here 10 years ago with our kids in college. And when they came home for summer break, we were all delighted with with the lanterns, and to hear that there was this festival at Lovers Point, and that we could just walk down to. We were disappointed and distressed with what we saw. And, so we could not continue attending it, even though it was wonderful that there was this family experience, but it was clearly hurtful. I mean, trying to imagine somebody of Asian descent coming to this event. So then it was very encouraging to learn about the Walk from Remembrance and to meet Jerry Losabado and experience a genuine recognition of the Chinese heritage here and understanding of the history. So it's been, I understand Jane Haynes' frustration with the process here. Maybe not exactly, but this where we are today started with the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force. This was the first thing they tackled. And they opened it up, and people could express their views, and there could be this genuine recognition of the wrongness of the Feast of Lanterns. And they made their recommendations, which were supposed to go to council, but they ended up going to staff, took them to the rec board instead, because they were deciding about the special events. And so here we are now. I appreciate everyone who shared their experiences. And I totally agree that, I mean, as sad as it is, but I totally agree that there cannot be another this kind of event again. A summer of festivity of some kind, great, but something that is inclusive and does not hurtful to a segment of our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Telephone number ending with 880, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, Janet Cohen. The Center for the Study of Hate and Extremism published late January 2022 that anti-Asian hate crimes increased 339% compared to last year. Hate is like water. It can get into tiny crevices and create potential harm. In a 1958 public event play or its update. It may be unseen to many for a long, long time who are not intending to create that opening, not noticing the structural crack because it is innocent fun, and why would it hurt someone? But for those represented, a knowledge of past oppression setting off alarms of fear. 2008, when Jerry Losabado pointed out the negative potential, expressing concern, most felt no need in Pacific Grove to listen or to try to understand that the pageant could bring harm through its imagery. Over time, the crack got bigger and bigger. A few people that grew up with and loved the Feast of Lanterns pageantry became concerned and came forward seeking changes too. But again, resistance came as the connection to harming someone else was not felt by most. Then it grew impossible to pretend all was well. The pageant demanded attention and was named as an example of cultural appropriation that could hurt especially those of Asian descent and all of us in reality. People wanted to try. We'll fix it. But like a building with long-term water damage, when the wall was finally opened up and checked, it is evident there is just too much structural damage to repair. Too late. For moving testimony of the harm people who have voiced they are Asian American have felt from the Feast of Lanterns' misguided and inaccurate portrayal of their cultural heritage as people. Pacific Grove can do better. We all need to acknowledge not listening soon enough and for forgetting to the actual pioneer Chinese fishing village here for greater than 55 years that started commercial fishing and created the squid fishery, but were treated so poorly with forced displacement of a whole community of people after a suspicious fire, not to mention looting and jeering from other white residents. Harm came, and then the history of it was buried. It's an extremely important time to move on because of the rise in anti-Asian hate throughout California and let the Feast of Lanterns as a brand go. Instead, we can all stand up and take responsibility as the time we really feel PG is that cares about not hurting others. A completely new PG hometown summer event can be built gradually as safe and sound, fun for families or individuals, where hate has no easy access to attach itself consciously or unconsciously, and all feel welcome. I am grateful for the steps Feast of Lanterns has recently taken, and I'm also asking the Feast of Lanterns board to join in and understand and find a way to move on to leaving their brand to the past and help create a completely different event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Layla, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, my name is Leela Ashman. I'm calling in as a CSUMB student in allyship with the local Asian community. Firstly, I'd like to ask Council which member suggested not listening to the dozens of community members that have gathered here tonight to voice their concerns.
Alayla, we don't answer questions during public comment, so would you please go ahead?
Okay. Well, I did find that suggestion very discouraging for the democratic process, and I thank the council members that did voice their opposition to that request. Pacific Grove's Feast of Lanterns should end immediately. This disturbing tradition is no more than a minstrel show devoid of any Chinese traditions or history. The Feast of Lanterns is especially disgraceful when looking back at Pacific Grove's historical mistreatment of Chinese immigrants and the suspected arson of the Chinese village at Point Alonis. Please end the Feast of Lanterns permanently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Root Askew, you have the floor.
Welcome.
All right. Hi, my name is Wendy Rudascu, and I'm a Pacific Grove High School alumni, now raising my family in Marina, where I serve on the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Growing up, my family attended the Feast of Lanterns, and my friends participated in the pageant. I'll be honest, I was unaware of the harm that the event then and now was actively causing the Asian American community, my neighbors, and people that I love and care deeply for. As they say, when we know better, we do better. And I want to thank all of those who've been brave enough to share the ways in which this event has harmed you and the people that you love. I'm listening, and I think we all need to be listening. It's time to listen to the voices that are telling us how harmful and hurtful this event is and has been. It's time to do better. It's time to take formal action to acknowledge and apologize for the harm that's been caused and to end the Feast of Lanterns as an event forever. I know that's not on your agenda tonight, but I do hope that you take seriously the voices that have been shared today and in all of the previous conversations, and take, as a city council, honor the community of Pacific Grove and do right by the harm that's been caused. Thank you for hearing us tonight.
Thank you.
Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Peak, for keeping this dialogue and conversation going, despite Council Member Smith's request to deny it. I think this has been a wonderful but very sad celebration of what Pacific Grove has gone through. One of the things that we have done recently, though, is we've adopted a local coastal program that fits under the umbrella of the Coastal Act that seeks environmental, social justice, and equity. And part of that program requires that events such as this be permitted. And if this event is going to be near the water, as it is, it's going to need a coastal development permit. It's really clear reading section 2390-040 that a coastal development permit will not be allowed. It would not be exempted. It would not be waived. It would be required to meet all the permit requirements, including the requirements of social justice. It's just not going to happen. So let's celebrate the fact that this brought everybody together to realize this is something that needs to stay in the past. We need to go forward with something positive for Pacific Grove. And that needs to be inclusionary, not just something we make up that leaves behind the wrong that we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Delgado, and I serve as the City of Marina Mayor. It's uncomfortable for me to speak out of school to another city council, but it would be more uncomfortable for me not to speak. And former Congressman John Lewis would say many times that, or during his life, that if you see injustice, you need to stand up to it. And so tonight, although I feel uncomfortable, I want to speak in solidarity with the others who have spoken tonight. Being Mexican, I know what it's like to be afraid of Caucasian groups. And I know that in Pacific Grove, like a lot of other cities, there'll be a lot of folks that want to keep the Festival of Lanterns and will be mad at their elected officials if you were to cancel the Feast of Lanterns. But I've learned that when you do the right thing in Marina and probably elsewhere, that Caucasian group or whatever group that is affronted by the action is small compared to the larger majority that see the rightness in ending the Festival of Lanterns in this case. And so I do hope that you come up with at least an informal hard timeline. You have earlier tonight spoken of a timeline, a formal timeline to make the ballot for your cannabis measures. And although you're not under that kind of pressure in this regard, there's another saying that justice delayed is justice denied. And it took a lot of energy and a lot of courage for people who don't normally speak, especially people of other cultures, to speak to you tonight. And if you were to kick the can down the road, they just are going to feel as if they're going to feel anxious that they have to do this all over again next year with potentially partially a different council, and on as it has gone until tonight. So although it's not on your agenda to take action tonight, I hope that you might be able to give direction to staff tonight to bring this back at a soon date, to have a discussion where you could take action to permanently end the Feast of Lanterns. And in that way, you would actually be giving equity and inclusion a voice in your city. And I respect all that you do in PG. There's a lot of wonderful people in PG, and thank you for letting me speak to you tonight. And I definitely don't want to sound like someone who's speaking out of school and sort of sacking a different city council. And I do also, lastly, want to say hello to Kay Coleman. I don't know you, but you have come a long way, and it was beautiful to hear you speak. And it's been a beautiful experience tonight for me to hear a lot of people speak about justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Leiden, you have the floor.
Welcome.
You'll need to unmute yourself.
I'm new to this. There we go. Now I'm there.
Yes.
Okay, so I was humbled to hear myself quoted by the very first speaker. It's not very often that a historian gets to hear himself and become part of the whole thing. I've been teaching the history of China and the history of Asian Americans since 1970 at Cabrillo College. I came upon this story, which I elaborated at some length in the book, Chinese Gold, and I've been waiting. I have been waiting for this, for tonight. I brought it up with the Chinese Red Guard back in the 1970s. They were busy working in San Francisco. They had other things to do, and they said, well, you know, it's harmless, because they were working on life-threatening issues at that time. And periodically we get little glimmers of support, usually single voices from the Asian American community here. Jerry Lo Sabato probably most consistently with her, what she called good trouble. She wanted to create good trouble. I always thought it was a little too good. I thought she could have been a little sharper, a little nastier, but that wasn't Jerry. And we miss her dearly. This is a wonderful opportunity. This is a teachable moment. I've been a classroom teacher for 62 years. These don't come very often. You've got everybody's attention. Now, get together, as has been suggested. Maybe an apology would be very useful. We can't let this slide away without people learning what was this all about. People keep saying, well, we didn't intend any harm. No, see, that's, as has been stated, blackface is no longer appropriate, and it hasn't been for a long time. Yellowface is not appropriate either. And also don't lose sight of the community that was the subject of all this. An amazing community. The Chinatown that we look at through the flames and the smoke. Let's focus on the people who were the object of it, not just the racists. They're easy. We know who they are. God bless you all for coming out tonight. This has been wonderful.
Thank you.
Randy Sabato, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Randy Sabato, and for almost 15 years, my wife, Jerry Lo Sabato, raised objections about the Feast of Lanterns to the Feast of Lanterns Board and to past Pacific Grove City Council members. She did this with perseverance and patience. She fought right up to her last breath and died suddenly 5 months ago. Even when she was fighting for her life, she was still planning for the 11th Walk of Remembrance, an event in contrast to the Feast of Lanterns, which educates the community about the struggles of being Chinese in this country and honors the lives and contributions of everyday people living at the Point Alonas Village who are just trying to live in peace and harmony. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of those hundreds of villagers whose voices were silenced, whose houses were burned down, whose belongings were looted. I'm here to speak on behalf of the thousands of Asians who have suffered violence and hatred throughout this country. And I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of my wife, whose voice and call for change with kindness was only silenced by a brain tumor. The staff recommendation calls for a process to revise the event and return next year for a permit. I submit to you that to revise this event is like fixing a leaky faucet in a burning building. It's an attempt to treat the symptom and not the problem. You cannot just change the play, modify the costumes, give an apology, and say you will be inclusive in the future, and then proceed with a revised event. This is like putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg and then telling the victim to get up, walk it off, and get over it. The hurt and generational pain goes deeper than a Band-Aid can fix. No one likes to hear the words racist, cultural appropriation, and discrimination, especially when you think these statements are not true. These are strong and hurtful words. I believe the organizers and the participants of the Feast of Lanterns think that they are well-meaning and have done nothing wrong. But it's clear that they don't know and understand that what words, actions, behaviors are inappropriate. And because they have not walked in our shoes and suffered these indignities for generations, and therefore they do not see the harm that they have caused. We ask you to listen to what we are saying, hear and feel the pain, learn and understand our history in this country, have some empathy, compassion, an open heart and open mind. I know that if Jerry were here tonight, she would want us to take this opportunity as a teaching and learning moment to talk to one another, learn from each other, move forward in a positive way with kindness and respect. And that begins with not permitting the Feast of Lanterns event now and in the future so that community healing can begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and sorry for your loss.
Marcia, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Thank you. I agree with all who have spoken before me that the Feast of Lanterns celebration should be ended and ended permanently because it upset the local Chinese community and because the history it presented was false. And it would seem like the board of the Feast of Lanterns Corporation agree since they withdrew their applications. However, I am somewhat concerned about what I perceived were some of the hurtful, somewhat racist attacks on whites. White privilege was used, white supremacy, 100 years of white racism, whites can change. You know, a lot of us are new to the community. Well, certainly none of us lived in 1906 or in the 1940s. So to do a broad brush stroke attacking whites is not achieving what all of the speakers were hoping to achieve, which is, you know, inclusion and respect. And, you know, for example, just the skin color itself, my family tree had to run away from a Stalinist communism. The Holodomor, where 6 to 8 million people were starved to death in 1 year, yeah, they were white-skinned people. My point is, don't judge skin color as being the enemies, because the skin color hides all the history of what the individual and the family tree have gone through in the past. And I guess that's the gist of it, that I would hope that there would be a greater community of understanding than what some of the comments showed, which to me were troublesome, worrisome, if you will. But anyways, I do agree that the Feast of Lanterns should be ended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Inga Lawrence and Doimer, you have the floor.
Welcome.
I just wanted to thank all of the speakers, well, almost all speakers, for finally, really, I hope, getting their point across tonight. And I want to thank the mayor and the council for being there to listen, because that is the only way that change will happen. So thank you.
And thank you.
Seeing no other hands, Mayor, I'll return the meeting to you.
Okay. Council discussion. We have 6 recommendations and a lot of public input. Why don't we go around council and let's hear what's on your minds, and then we'll start thinking about some motions. Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very grateful that we're able to have this community conversation, and I really appreciate the stories and the bravery and the feelings that were shared tonight. I hear and I have heard this call for change. So, you know, it is time for the city to take this important step towards atonement and healing. And in doing so, we do need to acknowledge that the city wrongly participated in the appropriation of the culture of our Asian community for over the last 116 years. I am very sorry for the pain that the event has caused. I am sorry for my participation. You know, growing up in Pacific Grove, I didn't realize the hurt that this event was causing. And I really appreciate the hearing that this evening too, and hearing people ability for their participation. You know, I would like to encourage the board of the Feast of Lanterns and the city of Pacific Grove to move forward and leave this history in the past. And really, you can change it or modify it or call it a different name, but it doesn't erase all of these feelings that we heard tonight. For me, I think that is actually worse, trying to cover it up or trying to manipulate the Feast of Lanterns into something else. But I understand that that's not for the city to decide per se. That would be up to the board. So I do support the staff's recommendations. And I would like to, you know, I was thinking about what can we do tonight as policymakers. I would like for my colleagues to consider that we direct staff to return with an events policy for the city of Pacific Grove to ensure that future events that take place in the city and are supported by the city are in line with our values, visions, and mission. And for me, I think that is an important step. I would like to do something tonight. I really appreciated the speaker who said, let's not do this again next year. And if we don't do something tonight, that's exactly what will happen. So I want to make sure that the calls from the community are responded to by us in some way this evening. And so for me, this direction to staff, to come back with a draft events policy, perhaps the DEI can work on that too. I think that would be a very good direction for us to go in this evening. So thank you, Miss Katie, Miss Clark, for bringing this forward. And I appreciate the dialogue that was at the Recreation Board as well. Chair Gibson did really a great job in leading this discussion, and I appreciate their leadership, which brought us, to where we are this evening. So, thank you very much.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And I really couldn't have said it better. I agree with everything Mayor Pro Tem McAdams has said, and I won't go on too long, but I appreciate everybody's comments tonight and hearing them. And I, as the rec board liaison, heard it then as well, and it's just very clear to me that I would like to see this event be left in the past. And if there is some way to create a new event that is more in line with remembering and be inclusionary, then so be it. But I would like to follow staff's recommendation to of course, to not approve. It's not on the agenda anyway, or it's not been submitted anyway. But I don't think a lot of time should be spent trying to modify the event. I don't think that's what the community needs. And as far as supporting, whether it be a new policy or including something within the recreation department's charter of how they screen events, to put them through, in line with our core values, but also possibly ensure that a DEI lens is applied to all events that we have. It's a great scrub. It's something we should be doing for events we currently are supporting financially, and just even not financially. And we don't want to have racist or inclusive events happening in our city, whether we're paying for them or not. So I think that however staff would want to put that check and balance into our policy, I think is a great idea. But when the time's right, Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion to approve the recommended items. I really thank Ms. Clark. I think this was one of your first reports for council, and you did a great job. And it's a lot of information that the rec board's been working on a long time, and you represented it very well. So thank you for all that hard work to the rec board and to your staff.
Councilmember Peduri.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also support the staff recommendations. But I did want to note a few things with respect to the Feast of Lanterns. Procedurally, we've already noted the city will not have a Feast of Lanterns this year. However, we've heard from several members of the community as well as more tonight. I appreciate everyone who took the time to write, respond, and comment on this item, as well as those who have directly voiced their experiences with me. I'd like to say that all of these correspondences are contributing to the momentum and to the outcome of this event. I also wanted to mention here that the city is taking necessary steps to address racism and inclusion head on. We've established the Task Force for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, which is a committee that views all cultures, not just Asian cultures, equitably, and tackles issues such as the Feast of Lanterns right on. Thanks to this committee, In fact, really, thanks to this committee, we're seeing more awareness of this event than ever before. This committee has directly contributed to the cancellation of the event this year. I also wanted everyone to be aware that the task force is currently working on a posthumous recognition of Ms. Sabato, among other items. Secondly, I wanted to note here that all of us are piecing together events. None of us were here 100 years ago. I, for one, find it quite a juxtaposition that a Chinese village was burned down, and a year later, we had a celebratory event. These two just don't add up to me at all. On that note, I'm really glad that the present Feast of Lanterns Board has recognized the event for what the community is really looking for. I'm really hopeful that the board takes appropriate steps to engage all stakeholders to create an event that really brings the community together. We definitely don't want a divisive community at all. Finally, I wanted to note that racial bias really does exist everywhere. I've been a subject of this myself. We as a community need to come together to bring in a new era for Pacific Grove. I view Pacific Grove as a city that communicates inclusiveness in its very core and celebrates all cultures. I really look forward to hearing all recommendations that come in from the community, as well as the board, as we work on this important task together. Thank you.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I certainly want to thank everyone who came tonight to speak, and your messages were conveyed eloquently and they were heard. I would support an events policy that builds in consistency with our values, and I would like to see a community event come forward that would follow those guidelines and follow that policy. So I do support staff's recommendation tonight. And once again, thank you for everyone who spoke.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm trying to get my volume on here. I just wanted to echo some of the comments. Councilmember Paduri's comments, Councilmember Tomlinson. I think we're getting it right here. I don't know if we did it by accident, but you know, the committee decided not to bring it forward, and that was my position earlier. It's not that I had any bias or anything like that. It was just that, you know, I'm trying to move the meeting along. They had rescinded their application, but I do understand the comments tonight, and I think that they're well placed, and we need to think about the future and what's going to happen in the future with this item, with this event. And I think it's probably not going to go forward in the future. So I do support staff's recommendation. I support my council members' comments tonight. I think it's been a long history. There's a lot to it. Probably more than I can describe in this or any of us can describe tonight in our comments. But you know, we did the best we can for the city of Pacific Grove, and tonight I think that is moving forward without this event. And that's all I have. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I also want to thank all the speakers on a tremendous amount of information, experience, and conveying all the emotions surrounding this topic. I realize it hasn't been easy, and it's difficult to hear it, quite frankly, that all this hurt has happened over the years over this event. I certainly have voted for it, and being on council, I voted for this event for a number of years and not recognizing how this event is inappropriate and hurtful for folks. So going forward on the Feast of Lanterns, I would be I'd be shocked if this Feast of Lanterns came back to us this year. I hope most people realize that the Feast of Lanterns is a separate organization, as has been discussed. So this city council, city government doesn't direct or tell the Feast of Lanterns board what to do. But I think they've been listening, and I'd be, as I said, shocked if they didn't take all of this information, this feedback to heart. That said, a number of people have talked about new events and events bringing together the community and being inclusive. And I think I speak for all my colleagues that we would love to hear people that are interested in organizing new events that celebrate Pacific Grove and the people, everyone that lives here and has lived here in the past, all the different cultures and contributions they've made. I would offer up to staff that please keep your door open during this year. Don't wait. Don't tell people come back next November for 2023 events. I'd ask staff to please keep the door open today to hearing ideas of new events that will celebrate and benefit all peoples in our community. Now, turning to the business at hand, I have the first three recommendations of staff. We didn't talk about it, but I think that it's fully supported. So I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the first three recommendations. That's approve the special events calendar, 13 proposed city-sponsored events, and 9 proposed full cost recovery events. So I'd like to take that as one vote. And then I suggest that number 4, return with Legends of Autobahn details. I guess that's a no vote on the Legends of the Autobahn. We can take that as a separate vote. We can't very well tell the event organizer what to do, but we can suggest that we're open for that event sponsor to come back to us. And number 5, I'm going to call on our city attorney to give us some insights. It's a little vague. Allow municipal code exceptions. Mr. Laredo, could you enlighten us, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You cannot by a motion override the municipal code, but if you chose to approve item 5, I would take that as direction to create an ordinance that would allow an exception to your parks rule, pets in parks rule, and then bring that back to you for a separate action. So I see item 5 as more of a general direction to develop an exception, then bring it back for approval. You don't have that before you tonight. You can only do that by ordinance because your municipal code is adopted by ordinance, and equal dignity rules say that you cannot override the ordinance by motion or even by resolution.
Thank you very much. So let's, I hope that's satisfactory for my colleagues here. Let's take that as a separate item. I know the Ms. Clark had some recommendations on, it was Good Old Days, and there was one other event that had pets. Ms. Clark, Good Old Days, and what was the other event that had pets in parks?
It's Good Old Days and Holiday in the Parks.
And Holiday in Park. And I thank you for that. And I sincerely hope that someone is willing to sponsor and organize the pet parade. I have not heard any objections to the pet parade, and I for one enjoy it. So with that, Councilmember Tomlinson, would you like to make a motion or two?
Yes, sir. So you don't want to just have it be all and have some of them be kind of recommendations. You want to do them one at a time, or not one at a time, but the way the way you separated them out.
Yes, well, the first three we can straight away approve.
Okay, I move that we approve the first three recommendations as is.
Second.
May we have a vote, please? Unless there's discussion. All right.
Okay.
Seeing no discussion, may we have a vote, please? Ms. Kendall?
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Council Members Emilio. Oh, Councilmember Emilio. has
Oh,
the meeting.
Councilmember Emilio left at about 9 o'clock.
Yes. Councilmember Paduri
Aye.
and Councilmember Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1 with Councilmember Emilio absent for this vote.
Maybe on number 4, I should ask for clarification. I'm not sure I understand the intent of number 4, what we're supposed to do with that. I mean, we're not approving it, right? So, Mr. Go.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the City Council. So number 4 is through the Recreation Board, they requested additional information such as a traffic control plan, a site plan on the golf course. And we wanted to receive that information prior to coming back to City Council and making a determination. I've been working with the event organizers and the management team at the golf course to finalize up those details. Once we have those details finalized, I'll prepare a report and bring it as a standalone item before the City Council for approval.
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, given that, I
yes.
don't think you need any action on number 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Unless there's a council member that wants to approve Legends of the Audubon tonight, then without that, then we're taking no action. All right. I'd love to hear a motion on directing staff to come back with an ordinance to allow pets in parks for special events.
I'll second. You just made it.
Okay. Councilmember Coletti.
Well, just kind of a quick question. I mean, we've been doing this for a number of years. How was it granted before? And is it just that city staff has recognized that it's not consistent with the municipal code? Is that what's going on here tonight?
It's a question of, if I may, through the mayor, it's a question of prosecutorial discretion. So there are rules that just were not aggressively enforced, but it's different. We have to follow a different process. If the city is going to formally create this exemption, we have to do it in such a way that it's enforceable. So
okay, but we have been doing it in the past, but now we recognize that it's inconsistent.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor Peak,
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember Spaduri.
Aye.
Smith.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember-
I'll vote aye as well.
Oh, did I miss you? Sorry about that. Thank you. Motion carries 6-0-1. Councilmember Emilio absent.
So as the Feast of Lanterns Board has withdrawn their application, so we're not acting on number 6. I just wanted to add, I forgot to mention, but Councilmember Paduri was quite eloquent about all the work that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force is doing. And I fully expect all the, I'll call them surrounding issues in regards to the Feast of Lanterns event that we heard from speakers tonight. Those issues, I would expect that the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force will address. And I'm actually not supportive of asking staff to do that, because I think that's really why we have the task force. So, Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering, can we request that the DEI work on an events policy?
Sure. I mean,
Do we need to kick it back to them, or is that something that we can address tonight?
We can direct the DEI task force to do that. Sure. Why not?
You want a motion?
If you'd like to.
Jenny, do you want to make it?
Sure. I see the city manager has his hand up, though.
If I may, through the mayor, the DEI task force has already been working on such a concept and a policy. It's already on their work list of things that they're trying to bring forward to you. So you can certainly make the recommendation, but they're already doing that.
Okay, so can we put a timeline? Like a 6-month time? I mean, I don't know. Okay, Mayor? I've never directed a commission to do something before.
Oh, well,
so I'm not used to this.
We should be doing more of that, I think.
Yes,
actually.
we should.
And here we've got our council liaison with his hand up. So, Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, while I appreciate a timeline, this is a sensitive matter. I don't want to be burdened with a timeline, because that's exactly what happened a couple of months ago. We need a proper recognized, I would say, event and or awareness, whatever the DEI task force chooses to do. But I'm not in support of a timeline. I mean, I get it that it needs to come in before next year for sure. But if you're doing 6 months, I don't know if that's enough time for the DEI task force to actually come up with recommendations or not. I want to do the proper thing here, and I think we should all be aware of that.
How about as an alternative, we just we direct our council liaison to pass along this conversation and our intent to the DEI task force at their next meeting. Councilmember Tomlinson.
I'm fine with that, Mayor. I just want to make sure that our liaison is understanding what we're talking about, because he just commented on the event, talking about the event and not putting a timeline on that. And I'm happy to support that. But what Mayor Pro Tem McAdams was talking about was coming up and forming a new policy that is, it sounds like the city manager said, is something that's on your work list anyway, but a policy that says all events would need to be looked at to be inclusive in nature for our community. And so if that's already on your to-do list and you also don't want a date deliverable, like 6-month timeline, that's fine. But I just want to make sure that it's clear that I guess the intent of this conversation is for the DEI to take on both of those things.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I kind of was hoping for the same thing. I was looking for an events policy that allows us to bring consistency with for approving events. And hopefully that events policy would become a council policy that we would then use. So that's what I'm hoping for here. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I think it's really not a message to pass between a liaison. It's actually just a directive from the council to the commission that we actually should be doing more of, actually, and I agree with that, to do the things that we actually want them to do. And I think if we're going to direct them to take that action, then we should do that.
Councilmember Pedori, then Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Yeah, my view is that since the city manager has expressed that this policy is already being tackled by the DEI task force, that we direct the city manager to communicate to the DEI task force that the policy that they're working on needs to be expedited. But we do not put a constraint of a timeline around it. And I think the city manager can relay that and work with the DEI task force to expedite things, among others. I don't know which of the items are a priority for the DEI task force, and some of them may be a bigger priority than actually the policy itself. So I would want the entire DEI task force to be on board with priorities before moving forward.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a motion. I move that we direct via the city manager, the DEI task force, to return with a draft events policy within 6 months. And if they're unable to do that, that the city manager would come back with a draft policy.
I'll second.
I'll speak to that. Can we just do the first part of it? Just give them 6 months to come up with a draft and leave it at that. I'm directing this communication through the city manager is a little strange when our council liaison is right here. Councilmember Pedori, as the liaison, that you're the communicator between council and the committee, task force, commission. That's the role all our council liaisons should be taking on, I hope.
Okay, do you want me to amend the motion then?
If you'd like to, yes, please.
Okay, so I move that the city council direct the DEI task force to return with a draft events policy within 6 months.
And do we have a second?
I'd like to second it with a small amendment that says if 6 months is unable, they come back with a timeline that they can.
Yes, absolutely.
Discussion on the motion. May we have a vote, please? Councilmember Pedori.
Yes, I want to amend the motion to state that the DEI task force work on an expedited timeline to come up with a policy rather than stating a 6-month window.
Okay.
I mean, my purpose of the motion is to have a time, so.
Okay, well, you have a motion and we have an amended motion. I'm going to need a second for the amended motion.
I'll second the amended motion.
All right. Councilmember Pedori, could you please repeat that?
Did you want the motion?
Yes, your amended motion.
Yeah, the city is directing the DEI task force to work on an expedited timeline to come up with a policy, to come up with an item where it reviews all the policies related to DEI activities and events and present it to council.
Special events or all events or?
I understood that as all events.
I'm sorry, is this a substitute motion?
Yeah, Yeah, this is an amended motion. Yes. It's a
Okay, and
substitute
then
motion.
can Councilmember
Hold on.
Pedori, can you clarify what expedited means?
Between all the events, between all the items that the DEI task force is currently working on, this would be the expedited among all those prioritized.
Okay, and is there a completion time?
It's a priority. I don't want to put a timeline on it.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll defer to Council Member Pedori, his wishes here, but perhaps we can just put a timeline on getting a report back. So how about within 6 months' time, you'll come back with a report?
Yes, indeed. And the intent would be to come back well within the 6-month window.
Sure.
I just don't want to burden the committee. The task force committee members are working members of the community. They all have 9-to-5 jobs. We need to be respectful of their time and to make sure that we're coming with the right kind of picture for the city. And so I want them to prioritize this particular item, but they have other items going on too. And so as long as this is a priority, I'm quite sure they'll come back within 6 months, and I will communicate that.
Yeah, I think what council's trying to get here is that we're going to get this sooner rather than later. It sounds like that's what you're expecting too. And maybe if we can just get a report on the progress, I think that would be fine.
Okay, I'm good with that. So my motion would be to, in addition to the motion that I made, is provide a progress of activities every 3 months as to where the committee stands with the items.
I'll second that amended motion.
We already had a second. Councilmember Smith.
I thought I seconded it, but.
Oh, okay. I didn't see Nick there. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to turn to our city clerk because I'd like to hear the motion.
Oh, boy. Okay. So I have some notes here. Councilmember Pedori moved that council direct the DEI to draft an events policy in an expedited matter to return to city council. And in addition, he would provide 3-month progress reports.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Did I catch everything?
Well, I think we're talking about special events, but Councilmember Pedori, you said all events, not just special events. So I'm not sure. We're talking about other things that we didn't discuss tonight.
So maybe a clarification on the motion. The DEI task force can look at all events. It's not related to special events. If the council is just willing to do special events right now and only look at special events right now, then that's the scope of basically the DEI committee. And I'm open to amending the motion to state that it's only for special events.
Well, we have a special events policy. What is it, 900-1? So I would assume that the DEI task force would look at our special events policy and then decide what, if anything, needs to be changed or added. Is that your thinking, or am I completely off base?
To that point, let's actually do that then. So the motion would be to the city clerk, where the DEI task force is examining the special events policy on an expedited basis. And basically, a progress report every 3 months will be provided as to where the special events policy is being tracked.
Second that.
Okay, I'm pretty clear on that. Any confusion on that? If not, let's vote.
Okay.
Ms.
Councilmember
Kendall.
Paduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams?
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Thank you very much. All right, as it is now past 10 o'clock, I'm going to need a motion to hear further items on our agenda or to continue items. Councilmember Tomlinson.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that we adjourn and continue items unless the city manager has anything that is time critical, of which I'm interested to hear what those would maybe be.
Mr. Harvey.
I would second that before I hear from Mr. Harvey.
Thank you.
Well-
If I may just answer that question really quickly. Item 11B, the CDBG item is time sensitive. It's been noticed. If we could, I don't think it'll take a long time. If we could make it through that, that would alleviate the anxiety of our senior program manager for housing as far as getting this to the state and potentially not losing a lot of CDBG monies.
Okay, I would move that we hear item 11B and then continue everything else after that.
Second.
May we have a vote, please? Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, may we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith?
Aye.
Councilmember Paduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams?
Aye.
Mayor Peak?
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Ms. Wyatt, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This item is regarding the CDBG dollars that the city has. And are you able to see my PowerPoint right now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So the city has a lot of program income that has been preventing us from spending down our 2017 grant. And this is program income from 2013. The state changed its rules in 2019 and is now requiring the city to apply for its own program income. And so that's what I'm here to do today is we have an application for our own CDBG program income. And then the other big issue with this is that I need to spend all of the CDBG money by July 31st, 2023. So that leaves me just a little over a year to get $1 million of CDBG spent. So tonight we need to conduct a public hearing on the CDBG program, what CDBG funds are needed for in the community, and approve the application submittal to the state CDBG program. This was noticed in the Monterey Herald on December 27th, 2021, and the Weekly on December 23rd. And there is a requirement of 30 days noticing, and this exceeded the requirement. We have approximately $500,000 in CDBG program income that must be expended by July 31st, 2023. The application that that I worked with the state on is to assist the Vista Point 49 unit affordable housing development that was opened in May 2006 and was built on land owned and leased by the city of Pacific Grove to Eden Housing. Eden provides the management of the development and resident services for this senior housing development. This project is supported mainly by housing vouchers that come through the Housing Authority of the County of Monterey, and all of the units are affordable at the 60% and below area median income, as you can see here. Some of the units are even lower at 45% area median income and 50%. So this development really helps low-income seniors age in place in the community of Pacific Grove. The application scope is to just really do some touch-ups to the property, interior painting, and replace appliances and help convert everything to electric, HVAC systems, and improve energy efficiency and reduce energy costs. So this will help the residents for their costs and help the long-term feasibility of the project. I worked with HCD staff drafting the application and to determine the best uses of spending the additional program income by July 31st, 2023. I've met with HCD multiple times. And that's all I'm here to discuss tonight on the CDBG funding for program income.
Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Anthony Ciani, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you for staying up late for this. It's an important item. I sent you a quick email on it earlier, and I think my concerns are that having been in the business doing this sort of thing, I think it's really important to have a central person to go to, and usually that would be a construction manager. And that would be somebody who has the ability to both monitor and obtain services for the design and specifications for everything, replacing the toilet seats if they needed replacing, whatever it is. The toilet itself might be cheaper than just the seat. But also to make sure that that person has construction experience. And so I was recommending that you, out of $1 million, hold back 15% of that to hire somebody who is focused on that specifically. And is, like I said, a one-stop place to make sure all decisions are made. Nothing falls through the cracks. There are no holes, but there's also no duplication. There's a lot of times things get duplicated. They have to be done over because of the organization of the way it was done. So a room gets painted twice instead of just once. So I also saw in the agenda, it referred to, I thought, some standalone living spaces. That didn't seem to make sense with what it's been written up. So that's my recommendation. And thank you. Make sure it happens. The fact that you have money from 2017 that you haven't spent, do you realize what the value, the cost of construction, the cost of materials has gone up? And if you didn't spend the money in 2017 or 18, you're now, what, 4 years later? What's the value of $500,000 4 years later, especially with the costs that have gone up due to the pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you.
Esther Malkin, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hello, I just wanted to, I'm Esther Malkin, I'm with Monterey County Renters United. And I wanted to say this is a really good way for you guys to spend your overdue CDBG money. I also want to recommend that you consider at some point with future CDBG money to set up a renter assistance program. We have had the pandemic show us how critical it is to have programs like that for the renters in our area, who happen to be the majority of the residents in most of our cities here on the peninsula. I wanted to also remind you all that that creating affordable housing should be a top priority. And as difficult as it is, we have to create some, preserve what we have, and also remember that the best way that we can prevent additional homelessness in our area is to make sure that we have affordable rent in our cities for the workers and the retired seniors and students and teachers and everybody else who is a renter that is paying way more than they have on their housing. And if we want to keep them here, we have to have more attention being given to programs and housing that directly is addressing the rent issue. So I just wanted to mention that tonight. And hopefully now that you have Anastasia on your staff, you probably won't end up having 4-year-old funds sticking around waiting to be spent anymore. So I'm sure she's going to help you find ways to put whatever money you have to good use in a more timely way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anaya Brower, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Anais Brower, and I'm with Eden Housing. We are the owner and operator of Vista Point, the recipient of the CDBG funds. I just wanted to thank the council as well as the public for all of their comments and support this evening. And a special shout out to Anastasia for all of her support and help with this application. And just wanted to say that we are very grateful for this funding. And I just wanted to give a little bit of background on Eden, just to ease a little bit of the minds on the use of the funds. So Eden has worked in partnership with cities and local community partners to develop or acquire more than 10,600 homes in communities throughout California. We are currently serving a diverse population of 22,000 low-income residents from all cultures and backgrounds. Our vision is for everyone to have access to safe, decent, affordable housing. We believe that housing is a basic human necessity that is essential to everyday life and future successes. We serve very low, and moderate income families, seniors, veterans, people living with physical, mental, or developmental disabilities, and the formerly homeless. And we've been doing this since 1968. And as mentioned in the PowerPoint, Vista Point is a 49 affordable senior housing complex right there in Vista Point, right there in Pacific Grove near Lovers Point. And we are very grateful for the support as well as the funds, and we will be using them to go directly into the property and really to improve the property for our seniors living there, as well as the community members that look at the property and enjoy the public park area. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Megan Hunter, you have the floor.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Megan Hunter. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm the Community Development Director with the City of Salinas. And I actually did want to give a comment on the home key application, but I know that that one was continued. But I just wanted to recognize Anastasia Wyatt, who is a superstar, who used to work for the City of Salinas. So Pacific Grove is very lucky to have her. And just wanted to support the project. I think it's really important that all of us in Monterey County really work to address the affordable housing crisis. And we stand ready to support Pacific Grove in constructing more affordable housing on the peninsula. I think we have a lot of workers who travel very far, seniors who live there, who can't afford to live in Pacific Grove. So this is a great project. And we would be willing to share our experience. And when you do talk about the Home Key project, about that, our experience, which has been great. And we hope that Pacific Grove continues to be aggressive in building more affordable housing. The city just learned that we received funding for both of our Home Key projects that we just recently submitted. So we're excited about that and want to be a partner with Pacific Grove and support you in any way we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcia, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Anyways, I just want to be certain that this $1 million will be focused entirely on the Vista senior housing. I mean, $1 million seems a lot of money for paint and upgrading of toilets in the rooms and upgrading the air conditioning system. If there's money left over, how is that going to be used? Or do you assume that there's going to be that $1 million will be spent entirely remodeling, upgrading, if you will, Vista senior housing? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands are raised, Mr. Mayor.
All right, bring it back to council for discussion. Okay, well, I've got a few questions. Start off then. First, how much cash do we have available in it's the 2017 CDBG account right now that we can use for housing?
So just to break it down, our 2013 program income is what I'm applying for tonight. We have to apply for our program income now, which is a new change from 2019 with the state. So we have $500,000 approximately, like really roughly, like 493,000 in program income on hand from 2013.
I'm sorry, how much do we have on hand from 2013?
It's 493,000. So I applied for 500,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's late. My brain is a little frazzled. You have on hand 193,000?
No, 493,000.
Okay, 493,000.
Correct.
Available for housing right now.
For program income from 2013. We also have a 2017 grant for $500,000 that has not been spent, has not been touched, because all of the program income from the 2013 grant has been unutilized, or it's been slowly utilized over the years, and payments keep coming back. CDBG, because you have had this ongoing housing rehab program, funding has gone out to homeowners to help rehab their property, and then that funding comes back when the property goes for sale or somebody dies and has to pay back the loan. So that comes back into the coffers, and then CDBG regulations do not allow you to touch any new funds until you've expended fully all of your program income. So that has created this backup of funding. So what we're doing tonight with this application is taking that 493,000, that $500,000 roughly, and applying for our own program income to be utilized quickly. And then we still have the 2017 $500,000 that we can use toward housing rehabs. And right now we do have 3 possible rehabs lined up. So I hope to fully expend all of this funding, this $1 million, by July 31st, 2023. If we do not, we will lose all of the money. So I'm trying to plan your funding so that we as a city can utilize all this funding on meritable projects that we can do within the next year, roughly here. So I think we can work with Eden, get this $500,000 of program income knocked out, and then get the rehab program going and get 3 rehabilitations done and fully expend all $1 million. Then we can apply for more funding.
Okay, well, thank you. So I'm still confused. You said you have 493,000 from 2013, 200, and you have $500,000 from 2017, but yet you said also you need to apply for more funding? So if you have this money available today to spend on housing, then why are you applying for more money to spend on housing when we've had difficulty spending the money in hand?
I'm applying
or am I missing the whole thing?
You're missing it, yes. I'm applying for the funding we have on hand. I know this is really strange.
How does that, so that's my problem. You say we have this funding in hand, but then you say we have to apply for the funding we have in hand. That doesn't make sense to me. If you could help me out.
I fully agree. The state changed their rules in 2019. And this came down because the state of California had too much of its CDBG funding unspent. So the federal HUD came down on the Housing and Urban Development Department, got an audit, and they just had too much funding on hand. Because all this program rolls in, then people don't touch their grants. So HUD is forcing the state to start spending down the money, and that trickles down to those of us who have money, who have it, and it hasn't been spent. So what the state is trying to do is do a full accounting of all the funding that they have out with all of their non-entitlement jurisdictions, as we are one of those non-entitlement jurisdictions. And we now are going to be held accountable for any program income we have on hand that is preventing us from spending down other grant funding. So we need to knock out this 2013 program income, then we can knock out our 2017 grant. CDBG rules are you really shouldn't have any funding on hand for more than 8 years. So we're getting close to those expenditure requirements. We really need to. So I'm done this many times where we've had CDBG money sitting around, and I know what we need to do to get it out the door.
Councilmember Coletti.
Well, I had a few questions, but I need to kind of keep following your train of thought here. So the 2013 money that we need to basically spend down before we can start accessing the 2017 money, you're saying there's 493,000. How much was the grant originally?
It was 600,000 originally.
So we've just spent a little over 100,000, or are you saying this has money's come back and replenished that fund through our housing program?
Yes, that's how it's worked.
So how much of that came back?
It's I think that I could look back at all the loans and go back and forth with you. We could look at that all day, but that's what we have on hand right now. I talked to our finance department. We went through the documentation, and just an FYI, any future funding that comes in, I will have to apply for it. So if we get housing rehab loans paid off, I will have to apply for it for you.
So there's still this process that we're going to be loaning money out for housing rehabilitation, and I'm all for that. But the money is going to be coming back. And as long as we're in that cycle of lending it and then having it come back, there seems like there's this potential that keeps us from accessing future grants. So how are you planning on actually alleviating that problem? I guess what you're saying tonight is you intend to spend that whole 493 on Vista Point Apartments. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And then we just kind of step down to the next level, the 2017 funding, and then start using that for the housing rehabilitation loans.
Right, and my negotiations with the state on this money, they were very willing to, I said, hey, look, I can come up with this project. We can knock out $500,000 pretty quickly with Vista Point. And then I have 3 rehab loans lined up, and then we can start looking to the future about applying for more funding. It's great to have funding on hand, but we also need to spend it in a very timely manner. So
it sounds like we have been spending it perhaps, but it's the fact that we're getting repaid that maybe. Well, okay, so that's fine. I think I understand it, at least at the higher level here. So I've got a question for the site manager of Vista Point. There currently is no on-site manager. Is that correct? That's what the residents are telling me down there. When is the manager expected to come back? Or
I don't think Anais is on the phone right now, but they did lose their on-site manager recently. But I know that Eden has. I know that they always have somebody managing their properties, so I can get that clarified for you.
If you could let me know when the on-site manager's supposed to come back, that'd be great. I looked through your PowerPoint presentation. It doesn't look like there's any money being allocated to actually maintain the outside of the building. I noticed it's a wood shingle building. I think the shingles are stained. Wood shingles, obviously, in that environment can degrade pretty quickly. Is there any plans on maintaining the outside as well?
Actually, I just got an email from Anais. She is still here if you would like her to respond.
Well, let's just answer this first question about the outside, and then we can get back to the other on-site manager.
When I worked with Eden on this application and looking at their needs, I do believe that they did replace some of the on the outside shingling recently. And I don't think that was a top priority at this time, because I think it was done in the past few years from what I've read about it. So they do maintain it. And their architects looked at that as well.
Okay, well, if you just go down there, it's worth a visit, I guess. Is there any plan on expanding Vista Point Apartments at all?
That's something that I've looked at as a possibility. The city does own the land underneath it, so that could be a very real possibility for us.
Okay, and if she wants to answer the question about the on-site manager, that's fine, or you can just email council. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Wyatt. I had a really hard time understanding this as well. I'm sorry to drag you through it again, but so the 2013 money is going to expire, even though it's this pot that keeps replenishing itself. So we're going to exhaust it, move on to the 2017 pot, and start using that for the 3 rehab loans. Is there an additional amount you're going to go for, or is that way down the line? Are we just talking about these two right now? These 2 pots?
It's just these 2 right now that we're kind of on topic at this point, and it could be, I'd hate to run out of money. It's a good thing, right? I'm trying to spend all your money, but then I don't want to run out and not have enough to help the community in the future. So I am looking at the existing NOFA. I think it's due in May to apply for more funding. So I feel confident that with this program with Eden, this project with Eden, and with the rehabs that we have on hand, that we can move this money and we'll be back in good graces with the state, and then we can keep moving forward. So it's a never ending. It's hard with these types of revolving loan funds where you do get the money back. You're still required by federal government to spend it in a certain time frame, but we just have to be savvy about how we do it.
Okay, and so I'm clear on that now. What I still fuzzy on is when you say we're applying to spend it, or applying for it, or applying to use it. I've heard all those terms. Who are you applying to and to do what? What is, to spend the $493,000, you're saying you have to apply to do that. To whom?
I applied back to HCD. So the feds give this pot of funding to the state under a non-entitlement CDBG program. And the state then controls the program and the funding. And so the state can make up its own rules that supersede the federal rules. So that's what's happening here. The state has been under a lot of pressure by HUD. So they have created a new rule back in 2019 that we now have to expend this. We have to apply for any program income. And I think the reason
wait, I'm gonna stop you. We have to apply to expend it? That's the part that's missing and that I'm not, is that true? Do we have to apply to expend it?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm applying
That's it.
for
That's
money.
the part that I was missing. It didn't make sense. So you're applying to spend it.
Right, I'm applying to spend money we already have.
Okay.
I know it makes no sense.
That I didn't hear those words before, so thank you. I knew this is a good action. I wanted to support it, but I also wanted to understand it. So thank you. I do understand it now and I fully support it. So
thank you. Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tempore McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Wyatt, for making sure that we're not leaving any money on the table. That would be awful. And so I appreciate your creativity and foresight. This is obviously technical, it's late at night. I appreciate your patience. One comment that I have though, with regards to the rehab loans is there a way that you could look into amending the program so that income qualified households could, we could include ADUs as part of that rehab loan? Is that something that is happening?
So that is something the state, as I said, these are the state's HUD funds and they decide how they allow us to expend them, but it's not just that. So they put the funding into buckets. So you can apply for a rehab program, you can apply for CDBG. New construction would be under the home program, which would allow for ADUs. I know that that's what Seaside is doing, that they applied for home funding because home funding allows for new construction. CDBG does not. So we would have to apply to a whole nother program, create a program to do that, and come up with an application. So at this time, we can't shift the CDBG funding because it's defined by the state. We applied specifically for that funding under a notice of funding availability through the state. So I did look through all of the documents that we have on this funding to see if that was a possibility. But at this time, that we applied strictly for a rehab program, and they were going. That's why this rehab to Vista Point is allowable as well.
Thank you for that. And then just to sort of expand, would a JADU be considered? Would that qualify for rehab since it's in the house already?
I will look into that a little bit more, but again, you're not rehabbing an existing structure to make it doesn't meet the requirements, I think, of a rehabilitation under the definition by the state.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And then I'm happy to make a motion.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
Okay, if you don't mind holding off. Just a different tack. I'm looking at the resolution that you're asking us to approve, and I thought we were talking about $493,000 that's in the 2013 CDBG account, but this says 500,000.
Yeah, I just applied for $500,000. If a few extra dollars come in, we can spend it. If we don't get a few extra dollars, we're not going to spend it. So it's just.
But when you say come in, what you really mean is permission to spend. That's what Councilmember Tomlinson was referring to, right?
Correct.
So you're asking for permission to spend 500,000, and it can come from the either fund, the 2013 or the 2017?
No, it has to come in through program income. It's a program income application only for CDBG.
Okay, so the 2013 is program. Oh, if 2013 is program income only, then what is the 2017?
That funding is a grant that's sitting there waiting for us to spend, that we applied for, and we don't have to reapply for it because it's not program income. It was a grant.
Okay, so how come you're asking for authorization to spend $500,000 from the 2013 fund, which only has 493,000?
Program income. It's program income I'm asking to spend up to $500,000. So if we get a little bit more in this time frame, great. If not, that's what I have to spend. If any other program income comes in the meantime, I
Okay.
will have to reapply for that program income.
Okay, thank you for that. And what about the loan committee just authorized $199,000 loan? Where did that come from? That money's coming from?
That will be part of the 2017 grant. So the program income application you're seeing today will only be for Vista Point, only for the rehabilitation of that property.
And
The
only,
half of
and only from the 2013
program income.
fund?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And why do you, under list activities and amounts, it says examples, multifamily rehabilitation? That's, why don't you just write Vista Point? That's where we want the money to be spent. It's not an example, it's real life. I'm not sure. Why is this so vague?
It's the state's required resolution. We're not allowed to change it whatsoever. And if we do, they will deny us funding. So
Okay.
I did speak with our attorneys. I did speak with our city clerks about that. And I've been through this before with everywhere I've been. Like, this is the state required format. I have to use it. I cannot change it. And I was just in a webinar with the state on their resolutions for their upcoming funding. And they flat out said, do not change the reso that we give you. You need to utilize it as it is. So.
Okay. Hopefully my last, next to last question, sorry. So you have, from Eden Housing, you have a description of all the expenses that up to $500,000 would be used. As one of our speakers pointed out, $500,000 pays for a lot of painting. Do you have cost estimates for all the work that needs to be done at Vista Point?
Yes, I do.
But you didn't want to share that with us. And what's the total?
Right now, we're going up to the budget that we have. So 490,000 is what we really budgeted for all the improvements.
Okay. Wow.
We'll see.
So
We'll see what comes in. We'll see how the bids go, because this is federal money ultimately. So we will need to follow Davis-Bacon and prevailing wage requirements. We will also have to follow Section 3. So remember, this is not a standard rehab. We have to follow federal requirements, which end up making everything cost more. So on our housing rehabs, when I say up to 199,000, that is so that we avoid having Davis-Bacon and prevailing wage fall into the smaller rehabs. But because this is a larger rehab, over 199,000, we are required, and that to use federal Davis-Bacon or prevailing wage, which really the estimates I'm hearing around are 35% increase in the cost of construction.
Well, this is maintenance, it's not new construction.
Right, but it's just any type of construction activity, which includes painting, replacing HVAC systems, replacing any type of, you're going to need journeymen for the HVAC, that kind of thing. So you have to pay prevailing wage on that. And the painters, they have a special wage just for them.
And Eden is going to supervise all this, or are you going to supervise this work?
I'll
be
be
the check.
Yeah, I'll be the project manager, and I'll make sure that they follow all of the federal requirements and that it's bid out properly. We have to bid this out, and they will assist, and I will oversee for sure.
You're going to be a very busy lady. Last point, not a question. The date passed and adopted 2021, that was last year.
Right, that is when the resolution is for. It was the application for this. I had to get it in by December 31st. It just took a lot of negotiating with the state. So they allowed for this resolution to come back here past the deadline. They gave us a little leeway because I've been working with them. I've been here with the city for 6 months, and I've been talking to them since I got here because this has been an issue, and I'm trying to make sure that we get this completed. So
why is it dated a year ago? Did you just explain that? I didn't get it. Why is it dated 1 year ago?
Maybe I should have dated it. I'm sorry if it is dated the wrong date, but I know that they really were giving me some leeway on getting the application in. So I probably put the 2021 date.
So you're thinking it might be 2022?
Yes, today is 2022. So
yeah, this year. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah.
Councilmember Coletti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, the mayor's talking about section 6 of the resolution, the last sentence. It's basically the passed and adopted text. It's 2021. I've got a question for the city attorney, Mr. Laredo.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Laredo. Have you reviewed this resolution? And do you have any comments on it as far as form?
I have talked to Anastasia about this, and I agree with her. The state is very particular. This is the form that they require. So if we want to play this game, this is the only format that they'll accept.
Okay, thank you. And you've reviewed it as far as, I mean, it's not much here, but you've reviewed it as far as.
I have.
All right. Thank you. So if we're basically spending about $10,000 a room, and if it sounds like Ms. Wyatt's going to be the project manager, I'd like to see some report come back to city council that shows what the bids were, what the payments have been made, and gives us an idea, some kind of tracking. A $500,000 project, that's pretty big. I remodeled 2 houses for $500,000. And it's, so at any rate, it's a lot of money. And I just would like to see some kind of progress report so that we have an idea of how this money was spent. I don't think it has to be overly complicated, but I think we do need to see what the bids are and how the money has actually been spent. It is our property. I mean, and we're going to be spending $500,000 of our money on our property, and I'd like to know how it got spent. So I would request that a report come back. Thank you, Your Honor.
Councilmember Tomlinson.
I'd like to move the recommended action, Mayor.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Councilmember Pedori. May we have a vote, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember Tomlinson?
Aye.
Councilmember Peduri?
Aye.
Councilmember Smith,
Aye.
Councilmember Coletti,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McAdams,
Aye.
Mayor Peak.
Aye.
Motion carries 601. Councilmember Emilio absent.
Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our amended agenda, and my understanding is that all items that we didn't hear tonight will appear on our next agenda on March 2nd. Not hearing any dissent. Thank you very much to the public, staff, my colleagues for spending the evening here working on local government. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Recording stopped.
Bye, everyone.